It's recording. Right, and let's see if we have a bit of lift off now. If not, I'll have to go into something else.
Forward to it. Can't wait to meet up with everybody.
Yeah, we can hear.
You can hear sound?
Yeah. Not now.
Yeah, we got sound. That sound is gone.
The sound is gone?
Yeah. When you just put it on, we had the sound.
Definitely.
Oh, hang on. Right. Okay, we'll start from the beginning.
When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black and the green around me, for in the new life I shall rise up with God's wisdom setting to lead the millions of the heights and the triumph that you well know. Look for me in a world when I was calm, look for love great.
Hey everybody, today is the Reparation March. Yes, I'm so excited. Starting at in Brixton at 11 at Windrush Square. Gotta leave soon. I went last year and it was the first ever Reparation March, and it was amazing. It was a feeling I can't really describe, and I can't wait to enjoy and feel that experience again. We're on our way now, so looking forward to it. Can't wait to meet up with everybody. Let's do it. Asheo. It's 11:04 and we are at the bus stop. We're on our way to Brixton. Got my clip forward for the FVP. When's the bus coming? 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
And reparation, because if we get a bag of money and spend it off in a Babylon, we will be no better off. So repatriation and reparation. Ashe. To the first ancestors, Ashe. Kennington Road. Down where the War Museum is, bus a left a Lambeth Road, took over Lambeth Bridge, bus a right at Milburn and Inner Parliament. Where is it? 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 Africans, are you ready? We're marching in Namibia. They remember us.
Right there we speak our own tongue, sing our own song and beat our own drum. We own food and teach our young time for action, the future is done. I got hung to save our whole life, we own our own guns. Revolution, teaching our one in the army, can I never mind 10-9. I never say 10-9 Mari, can I never mind them hungry. I never end Marcus Garvey, let it be our I never say 10-9 Mari, can I never mind them hungry. I never end Marcus Garvey, let it be our can I never mind 10-9. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black and the green around me, for in the new life I shall rise up with God's wisdom seconds to lead the millions of the heights and the triumph that you well know. Look for me in a world when I was calm. Look for you upgrade. I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies.
Hi, we're back. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted still.
Sorry, I put you on mute when you was on the phone.
Oh, thank you. Because when you put the share screen, you can't see the mute button. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah. I was just sending a message to Wadada. Can you hear me? Wadada?
Take yourself on mute. Off mute. Let me see.
Yo.
Hi, Wadada.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you ready?
Oh.
Are you ready to do a piece?
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right, you got the light, you got the window behind you. Is there any way you can put a light in front of you? At all? Or put the main, that's better.
All right, let me see if I can stand this up.
Okay, thank you.
What do I ring the door?
Okay.
1 minute. Let me try. Put that there.
For those who don't know, Wadada is a musician, very talented, plays his saxophone. Practices for how long, Wadada? Was it 8-10 hours a day?
10 hours.
10 hours a day. That is dedication.
Yeah. Is that better?
Lovely, thank you. All right.
Do you want me to start? Am I going to start now?
Yeah, if you like to do a piece now for us, will that be possible?
Yeah, let me just quick open that door. 1 minute, because someone's ringing the door.
Okay. What happens when we're live?
Okay. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing in the group?
We're doing well. Greetings.
I suppose you can unmute yourself to answer.
It looks like you're enjoying wherever you are.
Huh?
Looks like you're enjoying wherever you are.
Definitely.
Where are you?
Nice
sitting
and
in my backyard.
Okay, cool.
So how you doing?
Okay, thank you for responding, and we'll hand it back over to Wadada since he's ready.
Okay. You ready? That was me. Is the volume gone? Oh gosh.
Go ahead, Wadada.
Sorry, should I start now?
Huh?
Should I start?
We was hearing you,
Yes, go
Bridget.
ahead.
Loving
We
it.
were enjoying it.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
trust me.
Let's start again.
That's absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, please, Wadada? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay. Well, I've been studying the music for saxophone for about 12 years, 10 hours a day. Well, and it's just starting to go really nice, you know, just focusing. Kind of lost quite a bit of work over this so-called pandemic, you know, if I should say so. Because it is a pandemic anyway, but
yeah,
but I'm just staying focused. Just staying focused, you know what I mean? Just keep going. Yeah, definitely.
okay, that's wonderful. So when did you actually start the saxophone?
See, I'd say 12 years, I would say.
12.
Constantly, I've been playing constantly 12 years. Non-stop.
Wow.
12 years.
Wow, wow.
Non-stop.
That's absolutely brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. Have you got another piece for us?
Are you on it now?
Yes, yes. It's only because we're having a delay for the first presentation. So yes, please, if possible. I know we're putting you a bit on the spot. If not, then I'll find a clip.
No problem. I was
He's got no spot. He's got loads of pictures, music in his back
because I was gonna sort a little backing track, but my daughter ain't round by my daughters, you know.
Okay.
So I just have to give you another a cappella then, yeah?
Okay. Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Very nice, beautiful.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. All right. Very sorry for the first presentation. As I said, is not available at the moment, and our second presentation is actually waiting to come. Well, is ready to come on at 8 o'clock. So in the meantime, we're going to do some fillers, and hopefully that will be okay with you until until our first presentation comes apparent. So Sis Queen, have you got anything? I'm just going to look to see if I can get something to fill in at the moment. And
okay, what I can do is speak to the people.
Okay.
Anybody wants to unmute and say hello? Are you enjoying? Did you enjoy the sax? Hello, anybody?
Tendamari.
Tendamari.
Garvey lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives. Tendamari. Yeah, this is Brother Omwale.
Oh, I didn't even recognize. Yeah.
At the moment, I'm doing some cooking in the kitchen.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm bubbling up some China stew for the boy, them, you know.
Okay, that's nice.
For all of us, I think.
That's
yeah, we're
nice.
not too long coming from the park. Yeah, we're not too long coming from the park, but this is a very, very important season. Yeah. And Auntie Jean, you're a wonderful, wonderful person. Doing some tremendous work. And you know, we love you. We love you like food. I just want to big up the young man playing the saxophone. I just want to big up the young man playing the saxophone as well. Wadada, we go way back. Wadada is a very shy brother because he is also a extremely super skilled barber. When I had hair back in the day, we used to go. We used to go and get a nice trim by Wadada with all the lines and everything. I was very young at the time. I just want to big you up, Wadada, because I remember when you were saying you want to get into the saxophone, and you sounded absolutely tremendous today. So I want to big you and your family up, you know, and more power to you, my brother, and love to your family as well, your brothers and so on, and you know, all your children, etc. So yeah. That's me.
Thank you.
Give thanks, sis. Tendamari.
Tendamari, thank you very much. Tendamari. Has anybody else got anything to say or can add, or anything that you know about Marcus Mosiah Garvey that you can enlighten us? I know you've all come here to...
Jean, can I just quickly say?
Hi, greetings. How you doing?
Yes, go ahead, speak.
Greetings. I'm not too bad. Rise up, everybody. Brother Natnara here. I just wanted to say, and in full respect to the Al Kabbalah family, Garvey lives.
Mosiah lives.
And just, I wanted to just hail up Al Kabbalah family because Africa Speaks has been edifying every single strong, every Monday. Their show is beautiful, so I want to continue that from Brother Omwale with regards to, I look forward to, my show's on a Tuesday, but I look forward to the Monday to edify me for my show on Tuesday with Brother Jaminia, who's over in Ghana. So I keep it short and sweet. Give thanks to you, Auntie Jean, for putting this together. As soon as I saw Brother Leader Mbandaka, I just had to put everything down. I'm working at the moment, doing my little deliveries, but I'm tuning in. So give thanks, rise up, everybody.
Wonderful.
Cannot wait.
Before you go, what show is that on a Tuesday that we need to put out there?
So myself, Brother Natnara, and Brother Jaminia, who's over in Ghana at the moment, we have a show called Black to Basics every Tuesday on Galaxy Afui.
On the Galaxy Radio.
Yeah, from 10 p.m. to late. We say till about 1 a.m., but it can go on. And we just can keep it simple. Positive vibrations. We play clips that bring the basic knowledge of our leaders, of our pioneers, of our movement, and we break it down because we recognize that all people are at different levels of their, emancipation from mental slavery. So we break it down to the very simple level. For some, it's a refresher. For some, it's new information, and then we open it up for conversation. And our foundation is about repatriation, which Brother Jaminia leads on because he's over in Ghana, has been since the beginning of the year. He's an engineer by trade, and he's been working the fields, literally. He sent videos of him working in the field. So that's what we do. We're honored. You
said Black to Basics, yeah?
Yeah, Black to Basics. We've even got a tune from Curtis V, Black to Basics, that we play. So
okay, I'm now putting it in the chat.
Give thanks, Sister Queen. I'll send the link as well. So
yes, please. Yeah.
All the information.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah. Send the link.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
More. And also on a Wednesday night, I have started back on Instagram and maybe Facebook, but Wednesday night 10 p.m. I'm opening my live to those who's got something to promote, whether it is your service or product. So anybody can jump in on my live on Instagram, and you can promote your business. You can have your product in your hand and show. That's the whole idea of having a visual and to talk to us about your business. So yeah, anybody who wants to, feel free to. All right.
Please send the link as well, Sister Queen.
Thank you very much. Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Has anybody else got anything to say? Open up or introduce yourself.
Hello, T.
Hi,
Hello,
hi,
T.
Paul. Hi, Pauline. How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm
all
good,
right,
thank you.
Let me put you on camera. We'll go outside. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you see me? I'm going to go outside.
Yes, I can see you now. Thank you. How are you doing?
How are
Looking
you?
well?
Long time. I'm fine. How are things?
Things are good. Things are good. Things are good. And I'm waiting to get a reply from you so you can do your presentation.
Yeah, but I want to kind of encourage people, what with COVID and a lot of us are locked down, to really look at our skills, even to do a skills analysis. Because I used to speak at your market when it started.
That's right.
About looking at business, financial literacy. That was 4 years ago, I think it was.
I think it's a little bit longer than that.
I can't even remember. Time has flown. Where we looked at different aspects of, looking at, I think it was, I looked at the budget and the importance of ongoing learning, because we've been locked down at home, we're looking at them, looking after the children, that self-learning, because a lot of things are free online, free courses, because it's all about, because we're in a time now where knowledge, information is power. We're in a time where everything's going online. All our businesses are going online now, what with the demise of the retail. So it's about getting skills. We can learn skills, we can sell our skills, we can make products with those skills and knowledge. It's just about empowering ourselves. I think this time of lockdown is about re-emerging better, stronger, more wiser, more skilled. I think it's just an opportunity now. We don't see this opportunity. For some of us who've been on furlough for 5 months, we can find time, an hour a day or hour a week, to do something, to learn, because we're building our knowledge, because we've got to, go out there in a different system. We don't know what is a new normal, what the new system will be like.
That's true. That's true. That's true. So how have you been coping and managing? Have you managed to start up any online not like businesses, but courses?
I've been looking at different courses. I've been looking at AI, trying to find someone to help me with AI. I've been looking at YouTube. I'm an accountant, so I've been keeping up to date with businesses. I've been attending Lewisham Business Club on every other Tuesday, trying to attend that for me to find out about what small businesses are doing. So I've been trying to find out about the market where I want to have operate as an accountant, trying to find out new developments. I've even done a few courses online, for an hour. So, I've got a business coach I meet once a week. So I've been doing that. I've written programs on, I've done webinars, I've been writing webinars on raising finance, financial literacy, budget. So I've got those to deliver in the future. So I've been doing some work with somebody else. So I have been learning. I've been keeping that learning going, while working from home, yes.
Oh, wow. That's good. As always, you always keep yourself busy.
Come and do a webinar. Huh?
Most definitely,
no,
most
but
definitely.
In this time, it's about learning. So, to kind of, I think it's important, because we were great learners. We forget our DNA. It's in our DNA. We created all the civilizations. We created all the empires. And we had the priests who advised the kings, the great kings of Kush, Nubia. we had great wisdom, but sometime in a transition, remember, we were taken for our skills. We forget we are very skilled people, and we don't want to lose sight of who we are, and our teachings and our knowledge was taken by everybody, by the Greeks and the Romans, and they took everything. So we mustn't lose sight that we must keep our skills going forward, because we're in this system, and not to lose sight of how our traditions of knowledge and skills, and for us as individuals to keep that going. It's not about, because we've got the internet, we've got all these different ways of learning. It is very powerful. It's part of who we are.
That's true.
I would say that, keep that going. And so how's Garvey Village going? How's your market going? How is that, in terms of raising, going forward?
Well, with the African culture market, we've got our fingers crossed that we've been said that September we might be able to be back on the physical, and that will be back in Catford, at the EML Centre. As you know, that's a black-owned establishment. And with the Garvey Village, I don't know if you're aware, but the building has gone to other hands. So the actual, as I say, landlord was very patient with us, because I mean, we were trying to raise the funds for the deposit. They held on to the place for over a year. And basically, obviously, they held on to it until they somebody else gave them an offer and actually, presented the actual money to them. So, but in a way, I'm not disappointed, because we know that there's always something better to come. And I believe in our ancestors actually working with us. And when I say working with us, to keep us focused, they gave us that place to keep us focused. And in the meantime, as we was being focused, was laying down the foundations, was getting the directors group together, was getting a management group together, and we're putting things in place now. Even though that place was ideal on some respects, it wasn't ideal on all aspects. So we've got somebody now who's an architect, who's in our management committee. And he's basically, we're putting some specifications together, so that when we go to either the council or anywhere else, we've got specifications of basically what we need. We've got a couple of contacts in the council, and we've got a couple of other contacts who actually let out or give out empty properties, because it works out cheaper to have a community project in a property rather than them to pay for security. So as I said, our eyes are a bit more open for a lot more things now, and we're also looking about land, if we can get some land and actually build on that land, because we've got, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, we're looking for land also, and be hoping to we might be able to build on that land. Even if we can't build straight away, I mean, there's still prospects of us sort of like building something, like a big shed or something like that. And we start with that. Like in Jamaica, you start with one room and then you just add on to it and add on to it, add on to it. So as I said, the future is still bright. It's very bright on the Garvey Village front, because you don't really see anything happening on the surface. Our feet are pedaling away underneath, so we are making progress, and we are doing things. And basically the laying of the foundations, personally, I think is the main part of any organization, of anything, because if you haven't got your foundations just right, just like a house, it will collapse. So you need the right foundations, you need the right policies in place, you need the right people also in place, so yes, so that's basically where the Garvey Village is. And as I said, looking to start back physical in September for the African culture market,
Well, it's in September, end of September, you're proposing to have the first,
it will be the
market?
It will be the third Sunday of the month, just like how, continuing on the same line, the third Sunday of the month. And you know that we do the Garvey Village every Friday. We do the Unlock the Chains and Keep Well, you know, where we give remedies and keys, you know, to keep him well and to move him forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
very encouraging to hear that. I'll talk to you offline because I think what it is now, I know you're trying to get a physical building. I understand you've got to get a constitution and policies in place, but sometimes it's good alongside that to obviously, if you've got the constitution in place, you've got your management committee, you've got a board making decisions, and you may not physically need the building, but it'd be good to kind of like, even if to have build a track record alongside it, because they will look at track record of, okay, we've got X amount of beneficiaries, you know, we provided this level of service to this particular client group. We may have provided things to the elderly. We may have done something for young people or mothers. You're building up that track record, that service delivery, particularly in a climate where like everything's up in the air, particularly with the councils. I work in a council, everything is up in the air. So it's an opportunity, I think, for new people to come in, because what it is, okay, we've got the council, we've got charities. Charities have been slashed in terms of people that rely on funding. So it's an opportunity for social enterprises, even our community organizations to come in, prove we've done X amount of delivery of service. People have benefited across this criteria. The market is open now, I would say, in any other time, because things have crashed, and it's an opportunity to say, okay, well, how did this charity dealt with the clients during COVID in a lockdown situation? They were able to provide this level of service, people quality of service, people were happy, people benefited, it helped their mental well-being. It gave some kind of community engagement for them, because I think the market is open now. I think people are willing to look at alternative providers. That's my take on it. Okay, I'm coming off now because people want to talk. It was just talk to you and say hello as I was on the call.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that, Pauline. Okay, and I'm looking forward to your presentation in the very near future. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Okay. I see our brother leader Mbandaka has entered the room. So not to put him directly straight on the spot, I'm going to put in, was it a little sister? I think, where did I put it? And play that first, and then we can go on to our first presentation. So just listen to this sister. Okay, I'm going to screen share. Okay.
I'm going.
When you're going, we have the next 3 minutes. So,
okay, so I should say it.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, get close to the microphone, and then, okay, let's hear you.
They put them in chains, crammed them at the belly of the slave ship to hot destination where they're being taken to. No one amongst them knew. Packed and arranged like sardines, lying side by side with face up in a voyage of no return, where their lives were no more their own. They took them through the Atlantics to the Americas and to the Caribbeans. The ship cruised majestically on the ocean, but hey, their lives beneath the tears and the pains of our forefathers. The perpetrators were the Portuguese, the Spanish, the Dutch, the British, and the French. They scrambled for our continent like a booty. Our people have reached their unknown destination, a journey of no return. Now, a journey of return, and those who could not make it were thrown overboard. These were the icons who fought against slavery, racism, and colonialism, and those who brought the concept were Henry Sylvester Williams, Edward Wilmer Blyden, Cromwell and Delany. Grassroots organizers for the movement in the diaspora were W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King Jr., and Malcolm X. Haile Selassie, Julius Nyerere, Ahmed Sekou Toure, Kwame Nkrumah, Muammar Gaddafi, and Thomas Sankara. These were the advocates for Pan-Africanism. In the year 1897, Pan-Africanism became a worldwide worldwide movement that aims to unify and uplift all people of African descent. I strongly believe in Pan-Africanism. The new Africa is ready to fight for his own battle. The black man is capable of managing his own affairs. Said by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. This brings us to the state that blacks need to believe in themselves. I say blacks need to believe in themselves. We are not hot, others say, but we are hot, we see in ourselves. So I stand to remind you, empower and uplift the banner of Pan-Africanism. Please, fellow children, this is a very great part of our history. Let's study hard, respect the elder, love our country, protect and safeguard the environment. By so doing, we keep the dreams and spirits of our Pan-Africanist icons alive. Iya afutu papa, inte munte na impeinfo se. So banya cry. Wadaranye. Nasa Wednesday Chibaya Wada. On Kwayada Winsig. Na African ba, na Ghana ba. Ma Obwa de Chamayeno. Yan Daranye. Into one year.
Sorry, it's a bit loud. But I hope you enjoyed the young lady as I have. Brother Leader Mbandaka, and I see Olatunji Tendamari, welcome.
Hello, sis. Greetings to you. How are you?
Greetings. I'm good. Do you need screen share? Do you need to use the screen? Yes. Okay then. Yeah. All right. I will just sort that out. And if you'd like to introduce yourself, this is Olatunji from the Cable and Revivalist movement.
Tendamari, sis. Yes, from the Cable and Revivalist. Tendamari to everybody here. We say Garvey lives and Mosiah lives. We call this the month of Mosiah rather than August. We celebrate and observe 31 days honoring the life and legacy of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. So. A sacred month for us, and as we know, tomorrow is what we designated Mosiah Day, which is the Earth Strong of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. This is what we do, and what we have every day of the month. We created a book called Mosiah Daily Affirmations. So we have an affirmation every day from the eminent prophet and a commentary from Brother Leader Mbandaka. So that's what we do for this month. We've been doing this in the community since 1998. So this is the 23rd year of celebrating and observing the Mosiah season in the community. So we just give thanks and praises for all the brothers and sisters around the world that have coalesced around the season of Mosiah, and long may it continue. So we just give thanks to Auntie Jean for this opportunity to have Brother Leader share with our African family around the world on this important day, on another African culture market.
Sorry, can I interrupt you? Can I just interrupt? There's somebody who's in the group who's got background music radio on. Can you go on silent, please? Can everybody hear me? Can you put this?
Let me see it, and if it's me.
I can.
You. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Can you turn up your volume as well, please, brother?
Okay, let's have a go.
Go ahead. Turn up your volume as well, please.
Hold on for a sec. Just let me see if this does it.
Okay.
Okay, is that any better? Is that any better?
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
So, Brother Leader is in the group, I believe, so he'll be speaking shortly.
He's going to be
spiritual leader of the Cable and Revivalist movement. Again, activist for over 35 years standing. He's also initiated into the UNA ACL, the organization of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, back in 2014 as the ambassador for the UNA ACL for the United Kingdom. And as I say, he's dedicated his life to reviving the legacy of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. in terms of the works of the Caribbean Revivalist movement, the stuff, things that we do, our spiritual work, our cultural work, our political work, our economic work. Really is a committed soldier for the legacy of Marcus Mosiah Garvey in this time, and certainly tries to manifest that legacy in every way possible in all things that we do as a movement. We're certainly a Garveyite movement, the Caribbean Revivalist movement. We are race first, nationalist, Pan-Africanist, seeking for self-determination and self-reliance, as Papa Garvey did, or as a term that they used at the time, African fundamentalist. So that's the Caribbean Revivalist movement, and you'll hear shortly from our spiritual leader, brother leader Mbandaka. And while saying that, I mentioned earlier that tomorrow is actually Mosiah Day, and we're going to invite the community down face to face this time. We always observe on Mosiah Day, the 17th day of Mosiah, just a Thanksgiving event for our community in terms of giving thanks and praises to Marcus Mosiah Garvey. That's going to take place tomorrow at our headquarters, 282 High Road, Leighton, from midday to 3 p.m. And what we do, we just have a special libation, listen to the word sounds of Papa Garvey, and we ask sisters and brothers to come down and just share readings, either readings from Marcus Mosiah Garvey or readings about Marcus Mosiah Garvey. We just do that every year. And even though the situation this year is a bit different, we're still going to go ahead with that, sisters and brothers, tomorrow. Most of our Mosiah season is online this year, but that one will be a face-to-face, 282 High Road, Leighton, tomorrow afternoon from midday to 3 p.m. So for more information, sisters and brothers, just go to our website, alkebulan.org. That's ALKEBULAN.org. And our Mosiah program will be on there for you to see, sisters and brothers, all the events we've got happening in the community for this year. Tendai Mari.
Tendai Mari, thank you very much. And I'm looking to see if Brother Leader is ready now, so we can introduce you.
Before you move on, sorry, there's a question. Somebody had a question in the audience.
Is it in the chat?
Yeah, the question's not in the chat. They just raised their hand.
Okay. Is that Sharon? Sharon, did you want to say something? Sister Sharon, you have your hand raised.
Anybody have a question? Okay. My brother, can you put that link in the chat, please?
I certainly will do. And just to say as well, I think someone beat me to it as well, that we are on Galaxy Radio every Monday evening, Kujugoli evening, from 8 till 10. So tomorrow we've got a brother and sister from Sierra Leone.
Oh,
and they're dealing with agricultural work. So we're gonna speak to them about the program they've got, dealing with programs not only in the city, Freetown, but also in rural areas as well. So again, they're very much inspired by the Garvey mission of self-reliance. So we're speaking with them, sisters and brothers, brother Fode and sister Kenya Mansarai. They're in Sierra Leone. That'll be tomorrow, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. on galaxy.com, the only D-Brain station. But I'll certainly will put the link for our website in the chat as well.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. You've got a very busy day tomorrow.
And details, even though you can put the details of the event as well.
Yep, no problem. All of that, sis. I'll put it all in
the chat. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, you've got a very busy day tomorrow.
Yes.
Very busy day.
But then reality is it's Mosiah, so we set aside this time to give honor and praise, and now whatever busyness we have, nothing compared to the work that the prophet did in his time. He did this 24/7, 365. So we give thanks and praises to what we can do to try and revive that legacy and move ourselves a bit closer to our liberation. That's what it's about as far as we're concerned, sis.
That's true.
So yeah. So I see Brother Leader is there.
Is he there? You can see there.
He's logged on? Aha.
Yes, he's logged on. Let's see if I can find where he is.
Tendai Mari.
Oh, Tendai Mari, how you doing? Tendai Mari, good to see you.
I'm blessed and giving thanks and praises, Auntie Jean, and it's wonderful to see you as well in this Mosiah season. Garvey lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
You live.
Really. That's good. So as you see, brother leader, I think he's frozen, is here. So I introduce you, brother leader Mbandaka, who is actually the leader of the Al-Kabalan revivalist movement, and you've been going on for so long. You let us know how long you've been going on for. As I say, brother leader Mbandaka, the screen is now yours, and welcome. Let people know who you are and how long you've been running for. I know I've been told that from your teens, but I'll leave you to speak.
Okay, Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Mwari Mukurukuru.
Mwari
Mwari Mukurukuru.
Mwari Mukurukuru.
Mwari Mukurukuru.
Mwari Mukurukuru.
Uzai Muzimukuru.
Zai
Muzimukuru.
Zai
Muzimukuru.
Zai Muzimukuru.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Regai mazu yandino taura ne pungwa zimumuyo mangu. Zinzikwe ne mimwari. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Jah of our creation. Mwari kumbori rai Africa. Ngai simuzile zitorayo. Nzwai miteuro yedo. Isumriayo itumriako. Uyamweya kumborere. Uyamweya musvene isumuriayo itumuriako. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Jah, God bless Africa. Lift up the name of Africa on high. Hear prayers, O Mwari, O Jah. We the family of Africa. We, this family of Africa, come, Great Spirit, come and bless us. Come, Great Spirit, come and be with us. We, the family of Africa. We, this family of Africa. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Go ahead, sis.
Go ahead.
No, you're okay.
Garvey lives.
Garvey lives.
Garvey lives.
Garvey
lives.
Garvey
lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
Royal elders, queens and kings, princesses and princes of great Mama Africa, I bring greetings to you in the most precious, powerful and bountiful name of our motherland, Al-Kabalan, Mama Africa, in the sacred spirits of our most gracious ancestors, and in a prayer for oneness, hope, and prosperity for all African people on the face of Mother Earth. Rumbid Zokuna Mwari Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Giving thanks and praises unto Mwari Nyakusika, God the creator of the universe, through Mudimu Mukuru, our great ancestors, for life, for the meaning and purpose of life, for health and strength and daily food, for the rising of Amen-Ra upon this blessed day of Umoja, first day of the week. They call it Sunday, but we Africans who understand the power and rightness in defining time, space, and circumstance, name the days of the week or the days of the Sabbath from the Unguzo Sabbath, which we acknowledge and celebrate at the end of the year within the context of Kwanzaa, that wonderful celebration of African family, community, nation, and history. We are thankful unto Mwari Nyakusika through Mudimu Mukuru, God the Creator through our ancestors, for the principles of Ma'at, truth, justice, and righteousness, harmony, balance, reciprocity, and order. We are thankful unto Mwari Nyakusika through Mudimu Mukuru for the principles of Jehuti, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, keen insight, exceptional perception, and authoritative utterance of the power of the word. We are also thankful for all mercies, great and small, and amongst those mercies, we are eternally thankful and grateful to Mwari Nyakusika through Mudimu Mukuru for this blessed occasion of the celebration, 31 days celebration of the life and legacy of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. What a powerful and magnificent legacy that this great African human being, this great African spirit force that came through the universe at a crucial time in the history of African people to bring salvation and redemption to our people. We are thankful and we are full of praise for that wonderful legacy of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And this is why we in the Alkebulan revivalist movement, of which I am blessed to be the spiritual leader and from whom I bring greetings in solidarity with all freedom-loving Africans around the world. We are thankful for this legacy. And every year, we gather in our homes, we gather in our community spaces, or anywhere, any space that we occupy, individually or collectively. We honor, we spend time honoring and remembering the words, the works, and the deeds of Papa Garvey, this great and wonderful prophet. Let me also give honor and due respect to our beloved sister who has invited us this evening, and I am humbled at the opportunity to just say a few words. I'm humbled at being regarded as worthy of appearing on this program to say a few words about the life and the work of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Thank you very much, Auntie Jean, for being Auntie Jean, for being that wonderful, powerful, beautiful African queen that you are. And I want to also hail your kingman, our brother Prince, for being the kingman who stands by your side and doing his work, you know, procuring the good food, the natural foods, the earth foods, you know.
Give thanks.
Yes,
give
for
thanks.
the nourish the beings of our people, much needed, much appreciated. So we give thanks for this opportunity, beloved sister, and give thanks for your work with the African markets that you have been organizing so expertly and so lovingly for so many years. And you've given so many of us from the community a platform to share our thoughts and our ideas with the rest of the African family. We love you for that, Sister Auntie Jean. We love you for that. Keep on keeping on, keep on growing from strength to strength and to higher degrees of power. Tendai Mwari.
Right back at you. Thank you.
So am I to just continue to present
yes,
or to ask questions? Right. So let me press on. Let me press on. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Yeah, you know I get excited when I'm talking about Papa Garvey. Because, he is just such a magnificent and outstanding human being. And I have been studying this great man for nearly 40 years now. And I still shake my head in awe and wonder, and sometimes in disbelief, that it is within human capacity to have done the things that this man did in his lifetime, and to have shook up and transformed the world, if the truth be known, in the way this man did, with the power of spirit that exuded from him and the power of love. And of course, with that love, the absolute enmity for the conditions that our people were in. Let me give a backdrop to the making of Mosiah, what we call the making of Mosiah, the making of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Because context explains reality. Reality always occurs within a particular context. And if we don't understand the context, we will not understand the reality that has unfolded through history. So what made a Marcus Mosiah Garvey? Well, we know that he was born on the 17th day of the 8th month of the year, which we have been made to call August, as if we are the descendants, the proud descendants of one Augustus Caesar, an emperor of Rome. But we know we are not the descendants of Augustus Caesar, but rather we are the spirit and mission children of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey, carrying forward his will and his work. And therefore we have renamed this 8th month the month of Mosiah, the month of the birth of the prophet. There are other reasons why this month is important, and if time allows, I hope to factor those in as I go along. But Papa Garvey was born on the 17th day of the 8th month, now known as the month of Mosiah. He was born at sunrise, and he was born to a father name of his, who gave him his name, Marcus Garvey, the father, the man whom he described of being of brilliant intellect and dashing courage. Listen to the description. Brilliant intellect and dashing courage are the words that he uses to describe his father, a man who was fearless, a man who was determined to oppose the system of colonialism that had blighted the lives of Africans in the Caribbean after hundreds of years of enslavement of our people in the same part of the world. His mother, he described as a sober and conscientious Christian who was always willing to return a kind word for a blow. A woman who was loving and who was caring and who was temperate and patient. These are the people, the two people who gave life to Papa Garvey.
That's right.
But it's important that we understand that that they both had a premonition. These two people had 11 children. Papa Garvey was the last of the 11 children of Marcus Garvey Sr. and Mama Sarah Garvey, near Richard.
That's right.
She, when she conceived her 11th child, now think about this, she had already had 10 pregnancies, all but one.
That's right.
all but one died. Either died in pregnancy or died at birth or died in the first year of life. Only one survived. Yet when she conceived this 11th child, she knew and pronounced to family and community that she was carrying a special child, a child who would grow up to be an extraordinary human being, a child she sensed would be a leader of his people. She proclaimed this well in advance of his birth. Then when he was born, his father looked at him, saw a striking resemblance to himself. I'm pretty sure that the resemblance that Papa Garvey Sr., Grandpa Garvey, as we call him in the Al-Keblan Revivalist movement, Grandpa Garvey, that the resemblance he saw was not just a physical resemblance, but a spiritual resemblance. He saw his spirit in his son. Certainly, he would have wanted to transmit his spirit in and through his son. And so when he saw the baby, he held him aloft and said, "Your name shall be Mosiah, Marcus Mosiah, and you shall be a leader of your people." Words to that effect, beloved brothers and sisters. You shall be a Moses, I think were the words. You shall be a Moses to your people. Now, those of us who know Bible, the Christian Bible, would know that Moses was the leader, was the person who was to lead the Israelites. This is not real history, brothers and sisters. This is not real history. This is fabrication for the purpose, for whatever purpose the Bible was intended to serve. But it is alleged that the Israelites were in bondage in Egypt for 400 years. And that Moses was the person who would lead them out of bondage. So that vision of Grandpa Garvey, Marcus Garvey I, that vision was a vision of his son becoming a liberator for his people. He was a man who resisted colonialism. Papa Garvey said his father had a fortune, yet died poor, in Papa Garvey's words. And that was because he was up against the colonial establishment, often up against the colonial establishment. And at times through injustice, or at times, or was always dealt injustices that impacted on his economic status. And as a result of that, he, at his passing, had lost the fortune that he had generated for himself and his family. Now, it's important to understand the context of the time in terms of the politics and social and socio-economic realities of that time. And if we draw on the teachings and the words of the man we have come to call the apostle of Garveyism, certainly the foremost scholar in his time on the life and legacy, and the official historian, the only ordained, the official historian of the UNIA ACM, Baba Professor Tony Martin. He says that when Papa Garvey came to us, we were on the verge of either going back into slavery or becoming extinct. These were desperate times. He was born in 1887. 1887 was 2 years after the Berlin Conference, where the vultures of European imperialism had sat down in Europe, in Berlin, Germany, carving up the continent of Africa for themselves. Britain, the supreme vulture among them, was to take the lion's share, and then France, and then Belgium, and then Portugal, and Italy, and Spain, Holland were all gathered. America was also there, brothers and sisters, even though officially they were not granted a portion, but they had already commandeered Liberia, whom we are led to believe was never colonized. It was never officially colonized. It was never a de jure colony. It was never colonized in law, but it was a de facto colony and remains a de facto colony of the United States of America. Let me say it again. Liberia is, not was. It was and it is a de facto colony of the United States of America. This was only 22 years after the end of the American Civil War and 24 years after the Emancipation Proclamation that was supposed to have freed African people from slavery in America. Think about those times, brothers and sisters. This was less than 50 years of the abolition of slavery in the so-called British Caribbean. And only 2 years, or no, 1 year after the abolition of slavery in Cuba, and 1 year before the abolition of slavery in Brazil, or in places that were enslaved by the Portuguese. So these were very desperate times for African people. A revolt in Jamaica known historically as the MHRIEP Rebellion, led by the eminent Paul Bogle. Many people will not know that Papa Garvey's uncle, paternal uncle, fought in the MHRIEP Rebellion as well. Papa Garvey descended from the Coromantee, so-called Maroons, but we don't use the term Maroons because it comes from the Spanish word cimarron, which means wild beast. This was a term that the Spanish used to insult and to demonize the Africans who were fighting for their freedom. So we say Coromantee, these were warrior kings from the Akan people in where we call Ghana today. So beloved brothers and sisters, moving forward, Papa Garvey was born at a very desperate time for African people worldwide, and grew up in a society that was colonized by the British and that violated African humanity for fun. Its entire political and economic, social, and religious systems were based on violating African humanity, oppressing, degrading, exploiting African humanity for the enrichment and the empowerment of Europe and Europeans, in this case specifically the British. So it was a very oppressive time for African people. This is the kind of society that Papa Garvey was born in and was raised in. But fortunately, he had a father who was a well-read man, who had a huge library, and who encouraged his son to read. Fortunately, he was also put at the disposal of his uncle, or his godfather rather, who was like an uncle to him, Alfred Burroughs, who was amongst other things, a journalist, another very brilliant man, very intellectually able and gifted man that Papa Garvey spent a great deal of time with as Papa Garvey was growing up, and who taught Papa Garvey the skill and the nuances of the printing trade. He also had a massive library which he allowed Papa Garvey to attend and to read. Papa Garvey, from a very young age, elders around him, especially the women, would look at him and would say, this is a very special child. They would say, this picnic, this is an old spirit. Him come here already. This is not one new spirit. And they would proclaim the power of the spirit that was exuding from this child because of the maturity that he demonstrated. One of Papa Garvey's favorite pastimes as he was growing up was visiting, sitting outside of churches or visiting churches and sitting down and listening to the preachers preaching, because he was always attracted to powerful, skillful oratory. It was almost as though all of this was preparing and nurturing him for the role that he was destined to play in the world of African people and in the cause of African liberation. As Papa Garvey got into his teens, he came to Kingston because things had become very difficult in the rural areas as a result of a massive storm. His family were engaged in other things, amongst other things, in some farming and other activities that were destroyed by the storm. He came to Kingston to live. He eventually was employed by a printing firm, P.A. Benjamin Printers. Whilst working for that printing firm, he observed that the conditions, the working conditions that the Africans were subjected to were very oppressive and very unjust. And as Papa Garvey showed sympathy for his fellow workers, he became a foreman, which was unusual in that time, because only white people, or at best mixed race people, would assume those jobs at a much older age. So Papa Garvey it was a remarkable accomplishment for him to become a foreman as a very dark and very young African. But when he saw what his fellow workers were suffering, and he went to petition on their behalf to the management, he found that the management showed no concern, no sympathy, no empathy for the suffering of the workers. But not only that, they tried to get him on their side. They tried to bribe him. They offered him lots of goodies so that he would side with the management against the workers, because they realized how priceless Papa Garvey's skills were. And they needed his skills in order to advance the commercial and economic interest was in the suffering of his people. So what did Papa Garvey do? Sided with the workers. And he went on strike with the workers. In fact, he led the strike. The workers asked him to lead the strike, and he led the strike with the workers. That tells us already of the quality of human being that Papa Garvey was. There you can see the compassion of his mother coming through him, the care and compassion of a woman whom he tells us was like a confidant in our community. People used to come to her with their problems. In fact, his father was someone who used to assist members of the community who had financial problems, whether through loans or gifts, grants or whatever, to support people in the community. So that was instilled in Papa Garvey, that care and concern for others. So Papa Garvey sided with his fellow workers. As a result of that, he was dismissed from his job. Papa Garvey decided in 1910 that he must now go traveling out of Jamaica to see the condition of his people. And I want to read, brothers and sisters, his words. Let me just say very quickly that in 1910, he traveled to South and Central America. There in South and Central America, in Costa Rica, he had a job at the United Fruit Company as a timekeeper. Again, that was a kind of supervisory post because he was a bright young man. So he had to keep the time, watch the time of the workers coming in and going out, and his job was then to report to the management if the workers were not doing their time and what have you. But once again, Papa Garvey's sympathies and empathy was with the workers. And so he was siding with the workers. At the same time, he started a newspaper called La Nación, The Nation, a newspaper that was expressing nationalist sentiments. Now, let me say, before Papa Garvey left Jamaica in 1910, he was a member of a club called the National Club, led by the likes of Dr. Robert Love. Dr. Robert Love, who was born in the Bahamas, but was a doctor, a medical doctor, amongst other things, and a Pan-Africanist, who had also attended the first Pan-African Congress, or conference, as it was called, in 1900, here in the UK, that was organized and led by Baba Henry Sylvester Williams. Dr. Robert Love attended that first Pan-African Conference. Another leading personality in the National Club was Sandy Cox, a lawyer, a top-notch lawyer in Jamaica. These are the people that Papa Garvey had joined up with. He had joined the National Club and became secretary, eventually became a secretary of the National Club, and was under the tuition and was a protege of these great African intellectuals who were above anything else, were Pan-Africanists, who were organizing against the system of British colonialism and organizing, pushing for Africans to have the right to govern themselves in the island of Jamaica. Papa Garvey, coming back to 1910 in South and Central America, we talked about the United Fruit Company that he worked for, the newspaper that he started. In fact, in Jamaica, he already started a newspaper called The Watchman, or Garvey's Watchman. So Papa Garvey, from a very young age, was showing great form, great skills, great commitment to his people. 1910, he also went to Panama. And whilst in fact he had to leave Costa Rica, because the government of Costa Rica started to pursue him because he was becoming perceived him as an agitator. So he left and he went to Panama. He started another newspaper there, La Prensa, another newspaper. So look at the consistency of Papa Garvey going places, organizing workers, and starting a newspaper. In fact, he also organized a trade union, the first trade union, workers' trade union, a workers' union in Jamaica. He helped to organize that trade union. Then Papa Garvey came back to Jamaica in 1912. Let me move on a little bit quicker, brothers and sisters. Went back to Jamaica in 1912, and then decided to travel to Britain, to the seat of colonialism, because he wanted to study. He wanted to go to Britain. He wanted to study. I believe it was law that he had intended to study in Britain. And he studied for a while at Birkbeck University. But then Papa Garvey became preoccupied with other things. Preoccupied with the conditions of our people around the world, meeting Africans coming from all over the world, including the continent of Africa, sharing with Papa Garvey the experiences on the continent of Africa under different systems of colonialism, whether British colonialism or French colonialism or Belgian colonialism. Papa Garvey was speaking to a range of Africans who were coming to Britain as soldiers or sailors, as butlers, governesses, and Papa Garvey would speak to them to get an insight into what was how colonialism was afflicting the lives of African people on the African continent. Papa Garvey was distressed by some of the news that he heard about what was happening on the African continent. In Britain, he also linked up with a leading intellectual, a leading journalist, one of, if not the leading African journalist of the day, Deuce Muhammad Ali, who produced and edited a magazine called the African Times and Oriental Review. Papa Garvey became a columnist for the African Times and Oriental Reviews, and wrote a number of articles. This was a Pan-African journal. And Papa Garvey learned a great deal also from his relationship with Deuce Muhammad Ali. From those experiences, he also traveled to various European countries. He spent a lot of time also at the House of Commons, the House of Parliament, observing Britain or the British Parliament discussing the fate of Africans without Africans present. And that in itself would distress Papa Garvey. The idea that these people would sit down discussing us and our affairs and our business and, you know, our destiny without us having a word to say, without us having a seat at the table. And Papa Garvey putting all of this together, all of his life experiences together, Papa Garvey decided that the time had come for him to do something definitive to arrest this injustice that Africans were experiencing around the world. And now I'm going to read his words, brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to read his immortal words to you. Papa Garvey said, I never knew there was so much, and this summarizes what I've shared with you so far, beloved. I never knew there was so much color prejudice in Jamaica, my native home, until I started the work of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. The daily papers wrote me up with big headlines and told of my movement, but nobody wanted to be a Negro. Garvey's crazy. He's lost his mind. Is this the use he's going to make of his experience and his intelligence? I had to decide, listen carefully, beloved brothers and sisters. Papa Garvey said, I had to decide whether to please my friends and be one of the black whites of Jamaica and be reasonably prosperous, or come out openly and defend and help, sorry, brothers and sisters, and help to improve and protect the integrity of the black millions and suffer. Let me read it again. Let me read it again, beloved. This is the decision that Papa Garvey had to make. He had come to a crossroads in his life where the reality of the conditions, the oppressive conditions, the exploitative and downgrading position of his people around the world confronted him. And he said, I had to decide whether to please my friends and be one of the black whites of Jamaica, one of the privileged blacks, because I've got some education, I've got some skills, I've got some contacts, I've got some connections. I can make a way for myself here, not concern myself with the masses of the suffering masses of my people. I can be selfish and carve out a niche, even in this colonial society, for myself as a black man. I can walk on, I can trod on my suffering black brothers and sisters to make it in life and be regarded by white colonials as an honorary human being. But he said, brothers and sisters, be reasonably prosperous or come out openly and defend and help to improve and protect the integrity of the black millions and suffer. Then he said, I decided to do the latter. I want you to hold that for a moment, beloved brothers and sisters. He had the choice between prosperity, material prosperity that is, crass, commercial or crass, capitalistic, materialistic prosperity was his on a plate if he chose that. The other option was come out openly and help to improve and defend the integrity of the black millions and suffer. Prosperity or suffer. Prosper or suffer. I decided to suffer. I started, he said, to take an interest in the politics of my country. And then I saw the injustices done to my race because it was black. I went traveling to South and Central America to find out if it was so elsewhere. And I found the same situation. I sailed to Europe, and again I found the same stumbling block. You are black. You are black was a stumbling block. So obstacles will be put in our way as we sought, brothers and sisters, to advance the quality of our lives. Obstacles will be put in our way. Papa Garvey was making these observations as he traveled around the world. He said, I read of the conditions in America. I read Up from Slavery by Booker T. Washington. I'll come back to that, brothers and sisters. And then my doom of being a race leader dawned upon me. My doom. What did he say? My doom of being a race leader dawned upon me. My doom. I'll come back to that in a moment, beloved. In London, after I had traveled through almost half of Europe, I asked, where is the black man's and I said, and women's government. Where are their queens and kings and kingdoms? Where are their presidents, their countries, their ambassadors, their armies, their navies, their men and women of big affairs? He said, I saw none. Then I said, I will help to make them. See, I hope I've given you a good sense there of the making of Mosiah, the making of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the stages and phases that his life went through, the battles, the decision, the crucial decision he had to make. Let me talk about Booker T. Washington and what inspired Papa Garvey about Booker T. Washington. The great Booker T. Washington, founder of the Tuskegee Institute, just a snapshot, beloved brothers and sisters, because of time. Founder of the Tuskegee Institute, which was an industrial institute that was established by Booker T. Washington to train our people and teach our people and instill our people in industrial skills, agricultural skills, technological skills even. It was, in fact, an industrial and technological college, because he realized that for African people to really, in fact, the title of the book was Up from Slavery, for us to really come out of slavery, Booker T. Washington understood that we needed to organize to acquire land, resources, material resources, and technical skills, so that we could have a economy, a self-sustaining, self-sufficient economy. Otherwise, we would be relying on the largest of white people to sustain us. So we needed economic independence. Washington is much misunderstood, because there are those who say that he was a sellout, but they don't understand that while Booker T. Washington was talking outwardly in an apolitical sense, oh, we shouldn't get involved in politics. We should focus on imparting skills, industrial skills, technical skills to our young people. He was at the same time funding political organizations, civil rights organizations. Okay, I have less time than I thought, so I'm going to move very quickly, beloved brothers and sisters. Tendai Mari.
Tendai Mari.
Tendai Mari.
My doom, he says, of becoming a race leader dawned upon me. It is not easy to lead our people. It's not easy to lead our people, not because we curse, it's not because our people are bad mind, but because, brothers and sisters, of the mental and psychological impact of 400 years of the Ma'afa, the invasion, the conquest, the enslavement, the colonization and the continued colonization mentally, spiritually of African people. We have lost the understanding of what it is to respect and honor our leaders. We have lost an understanding of the value of good, righteous, progressive leaders. Not as anyone who stand up and say, I want to lead, but good, righteous, progressive leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as in the words of Louis Farrakhan, Minister Louis Farrakhan, he says, you are not an easy people to lead. You burn all your leaders out. He said, in fact, you know, to love you, to lead you. A leader has to love you more than you hate yourself, because we have been instilled with self-hate. So the leader that comes to us to teach us to love ourselves and to liberate ourselves now has to go against 400 years of instilling us with love for our enemy, love for our oppressor, hate of ourselves, love for our state of oppression. That leader becomes something of a thorn in our side, because that leader is calling us to work that we're not prepared to do. We're not ready to do. We don't, because of the mental enslavement, we don't understand the value of the work. We don't understand the value of African authority, African leadership. That's why Papa Garvey said, emancipate yourselves from mental slavery, for none but ourselves can free our minds. Those are Papa Garvey's words, brothers and sisters. The mental enslavement of our people is the biggest battle that faces us today. To free ourselves from mental slavery, not the physical slavery. Because once the mind is free, the mind will free the body. But the mind has to be free. And that mind has been rewired within the system to be conducive to the system, to complement the system of global white supremacy. So let me move very quickly, brothers and sisters, because of time. Having given the backdrop, let me say something about the philosophy, the ideology of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And I want to highlight 4 pillars of what we call Garveyism. 4 pillars of Garveyism, or what Papa Garvey himself called African fundamentalism. Listen to that term, African fundamentalism. The 4 principles of African fundamentalism, or Garveyism, whichever term we prefer, or nationalist Pan-Africanism. Papa Garvey talked also about Black nationalism and the work that he did to unite our people worldwide was the work of a Pan-Africanist. So he was in effect a nationalist Pan-Africanist. Now, beloved brothers and sisters, Papa Garvey went to Jamaica and he founded the Universal Negro Improvements Association and African Communities League. This is in 1914. Traveling back to Jamaica after his escapade in Britain, he's traveling back now to Jamaica in 1914. And whilst sleeping, whilst lying down one night, he says, the idea of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League came to him. When Papa Garvey returned to Jamaica on the 15th of July, 1914, 5 days later, he founded the UNIA ACL. Listen, Universal Negro Improvement Association. We don't use the word Negro no more for well-known reasons. But it was also the African Communities League. The African Communities League. This was an organization that was designed to unite Africans around the world. The pillars of Garveyism, the pillars of African fundamentalism are as follows. Sorry, beloved. Race first, self-reliance, nationhood, and African spiritual orthodoxy. Race first, self-reliance, nationhood, and African spiritual orthodoxy. Race first, let's deal with that first, beloved brothers and sisters. Papa Garvey was a great advocate of the primacy of race in the oppression of African people. And therefore, the need for African people to organize ourselves as a racial entity against the oppression, the exploitation, and the degradation of African people. There are those who try to debate him on that issue and say the primacy should be class, because it is on the basis of class that African people were being oppressed. Papa Garvey said, well, it's not, and that he should be talking about organizing humanity and freeing humanity. And Papa Garvey said, well, it's not class or it's not humanity that's being enslaved or that was enslaved and is being Jim Crowed and segregated and lynched in America. It was African people. He said that race, that the nature of our oppression made race a political entity, and therefore we had to organize as a race of people. Our politics must be about uniting us. This, in fact, was the first aims and objective of the UNIA ACM, to develop a universal confraternity of the race. Papa Garvey said, in a world of wolves, one should go armed. And one of the most powerful defensive weapons in the reach of African people is the practice of race first in all parts of the world. He said, put your race first like all other races do. He said to us, the cry is raised all over the world, of Canada for the Canadians, of France for the French, of Ireland for the Irish, of Palestine for the Jews, of China for the Chinese, of Japan for the Japanese. Do you think he said, we, the blacks of the world, are now raising the cry of Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. So now our racial identity was being tied with our homeland, our motherland. Papa Garvey was connecting us psychologically, mentally, emotionally, culturally with our motherland. He said, look to Africa. Let Africa be your guiding star, your star of destiny. Don't look to the east. Don't look to the west. Look to Africa. Let Africa be your guiding star, your star of destiny. He said the world has made being black a crime. These are his words, beloved. And I have felt it in common with men who suffer like me, who look like me. And instead of making it a crime, I intend to make it a virtue. Listen to those words, brothers and sisters. I'm going to make being black, being African, a virtue. But by linking our black identity with Africa, Papa Garvey was giving us a political, cultural, political, spiritual, and economic foundation upon which to launch our people onto the world. Because blackness, without connection with our African root, our African homeland, our African motherland, was abstract. It meant nothing. But our culture, our blackness is determined by the DNA that was engendered in us by the ecology of the African continent. And so the blackness is a symbol of our connectedness with the African motherland. Let me move quickly now to self-reliance. Self-reliance, the second pillar. Garvey brought us the message of economic self-reliance. the importance of us organizing ourselves as an economic entity, taking control of every aspect of our economic lives. Papa Garvey made it very, very clear to us that we as Africans must do for ourselves, that we must organize as an economic force. But he didn't just instruct us so to do, brothers and sisters. He gave us the blueprint of how to do that. Let me just back up a little bit, just to remind ourselves as well in terms of race first, that Papa Garvey also encouraged our people to take down white, or pictures of white Jesus, pictures of the white royal family. Take it from your wall, Papa Garvey says. Put a picture on your wall of a black Jesus, a black Madonna and child. See only yourself when you contemplate in the realm of the deity. See blackness. See blackness in God and see God in blackness. In other words, see divinity in ourselves. Papa Garvey commissioned. Now, he didn't just tell us to take these pictures down. He commissioned artists. He commissioned artists, brothers and sisters, to draw pictures of African kings and African queens and a black Christ and a black Madonna and child. He didn't just tell mothers and fathers not to give our children white dolls because psychologically it's damaging to the minds of our children. He commissioned, he created, the organization created a doll factory that manufactured dolls so that African mothers and fathers could purchase black dolls for children. See, we have to understand the man, the vision, and the plan. Papa Garvey was a man of high integrity and deep commitment to his people, who had a magnanimous vision for the liberation of his people. But he didn't stop there. He had a plan, he had a program for every idea that he put forward. He put a program in place to make it happen. That's the difference between Garvey and Garveyism, and much of what we call nationalism, Pan-Africanism. The Garveyite concept of nationalist Pan-Africanism, practical commitment to doing, is what is going to make the difference, is what is going to liberate us as a people. Not just our beautiful words, not just what we consume in terms of information and knowledge, not just expanding our intellectual capacities, but how we apply our intellect to a program of work, to producing, to creating that which we need to empower and liberate ourselves. So he also celebrated the African woman, the beauty of the African woman. The UNIA had beauty contests where they celebrated the beauty of African women and African womanhood. African women, in fact, in the UNIA had power. That's another subject for another time, beloved brothers and sisters. But at a time when women were non-existent in political organizations, in civic organizations, certainly in the management of organizations, we saw in the UNIA powerful women, women assuming powerful roles and responsibilities in the very directorship of the organization and many of its auxiliaries. In terms in terms of self-reliance, Papa Garvey strongly advocated for economic self-sufficiency. He strongly advocated that we must own and control our own labor. We must own and control land. We must own and control resources, as well as the means of production. When we talk about economics, very often, beloved brothers and sisters, we talk about economics just in the sense of money. How can we earn money? And very much in the individualistic sense. I want to get rich quick. But many of us, when we talk about economics, that's what we're talking about. How can I get rich quick? How can I become a millionaire in 24 hours? Papa Garvey was talking about our collective approach and understanding of economics, applying and pooling our ideas, our skills, and our resources in order to take control of the material circumstances of our lives. That's what economics is. And so Papa Garvey not only said this to us, beloved brothers and sisters, as he said, he not only said it to us. In his words, he said, except the individual, the nation, the race has power. That's exclusive. That individual, nation, or race will be bound by the will of others who possess these great qualifications. He says the African must get power. Power of every kind. Power in science, power in industry, power in politics, power in education, power in higher government. That kind of power that will stand out so that other races will see, if not feel. We must have power. What does power mean? In the Alkebulan Revivalist movement, we say power is the capacity to effect your will. If you have the capacity to effect your will, you have power. If you do not have the capacity to effect your will, you do not have power. And in this sense, Papa Garvey is talking about our collective power, because no individual can liberate themselves, let alone a whole race. And Papa Garvey was about liberating, at that time, 400 million Africans, which was the estimated population of African people on the planet. Today, it's over 2 billion. 1.5 billion to 2 billion African people, probably even more. So, in order for us to be liberated, we have to be economically self-reliant. So we must have control of our own land, our own labor, our own natural resources, our range of resources, the means of production. We must control the means of production. And Papa Garvey didn't only say this, he demonstrated it by setting up businesses or setting up an organization that created the capacity for its members to set up businesses, restaurants, clothes making, manufacturing, clothing, men's clothing, women's clothing, a millinery, or women in those days wore hats. We made our own hats. Just imagine we were making the clothes that we were wearing. Men and women. They purchased land and property. They went into farming. There was a trucking business, a printing and publishing business. The Negro World, which was established in 1918, published over 200,000 copies per week. It was a weekly newspaper. Think about this, beloved brothers and sisters. This was not the time of internet and computers and email and she-mail and WhatsApp and what have you. The equipment that the organization had at its disposal at the time were very rudimentary equipment. But yet they were able to produce 200,000 copies of the Negro World per year. Per week. That's nearly 1 million per month in 3 different languages. Every newspaper had a Spanish and French section as well as English. We hadn't got to Swahili and Yoruba and Tree yet, but I'm sure we would have got there, beloved brothers and sisters. There was a women's section also in the Negro World. Our women and what we titled Mama Amy Jacks Garvey used to edit the women's section. Women were highly respected and regarded in the UNIA ACL. I'd love to say more on this, beloved brothers and sisters, but I have to move on because I haven't got much more time, just a couple more minutes. But I want to touch on very quickly nationhood. Nationhood, beloved brothers and sisters. Papa Garvey says, and when we talk about nationhood, we're talking about nationalism, we're talking about nation building, we're talking about autonomous nation building. Papa Garvey said, no race is free unless it has a nation of its own system of government and its own order of society. He says, never give up this idea. Never be satisfied to always live under the government of other people. Because they never have our interests at heart. Beloved brothers and sisters, God said, wherever we are, we must organize ourselves as a nation of people. Anywhere we are, we must organize ourselves as a nation of people, beloved. In fact, in 1920, it was organized and stratified. You look at its constitution, and you look at the 1920 International Convention of the Negro People of the World, which the centenary of which we are celebrating now in this month of Mosiah. 25,000 people, brothers and sisters, at the Madison Square Garden, packing the Madison Square Garden, never seen before in history. 25,000 African people came from all over the world, converging on Madison Square Garden, chanting liberation. 100,000 people marched under the flag of the red, the black, and the green on the 13th day of the 8th month. The 13th day of Mosiah was the day when the red, the black, and the green was raised as the flag, the national flag of African standards. It was at that conference, also a Declaration of Rights of the African people of the world was drafted and signed. At that very powerful conference, it said 100,000 people marched. The parade was 10 miles long. Hundreds of African people in uniforms. The Universal African Legion, the paramilitary group of the UNIA, in their uniforms. The Universal African Motor Corps, another military wing, predominantly a female military wing, in uniform, in formation, 10 abreast. There's also the Black Cross nurses, also in their uniform. All of those uniforms were made by black hands within the manufacturing industries of the UNIA. There was the Black Star Line steamship that was established also in 1919 and owned 4 ships before it was sabotaged. A ship now, and for the purpose that the ship would serve in that time, that now would be like an black airliner, as opposed to Black Star Line. Because of time, brothers and sisters, I have to cut and move. Let me just quickly say something on spiritual orthodoxy. Papa Garvey's spiritual message to us was that we must see our Creator in our own image and see our image in our Creator. If the white man has the idea of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. If the yellow man God is of his race, this is Papa Garvey's words now, let him worship his God as he sees fit. The God of Isaac, the God of Abraham, the God of, let him exist for the race that he's in, the God of Isaac and the he says, we believe in the God of Ethiopia. Those days, Africa. Ethiopia was a name for the entire African continent. He said, we believe in the God of Ethiopia, the God of Africa, the everlasting God, the God of all ages, the one God of all ages. That is the God in whom we believe, and we shall worship that God through the spectacles of Ethiopia. In other words, through our own cultural eyes. We will worship our Creator through our own cultural eyes. Message to the People by Baba Tony Martin, which are edits and prints 22 lessons from Papa Garvey's course of African philosophy, which Papa Garvey did in which Papa Garvey conducted from 1937 to 1940 when he passed away. We see in the 12th lesson, 12th of the 22 lessons, is the purpose of institutions. We need to read that book, brothers and sisters, and read that chapter where it talks about the importance of practicing religions based on our own articles of faith, not following the Catholic religion, not following the Anglican religion, Methodist religion, but religion that is wherein we have our own articles of faith that emanates from our own cultural precepts and perceptions. Beloved brothers and sisters, I have to round it off there because of time. But I want to close with this. The best way to celebrate and to honor the life and legacy of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey, is to emulate the character and the work and the words and the deeds of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Mosiah Garvey. There are many of us who can talk Garveyism, but have little or no manifestation of it. Papa Garvey, first and foremost, was a man of integrity, a man of great moral kudos. Papa Garvey was a man that respected the African woman. Papa Garvey was self-sacrificial. Papa Garvey spent his entire life working for the liberation of, working, not talking liberation, but working for the liberation of African people. And so the real Garveyite, the supreme Garveyite, is one who can show you the credentials, the work credentials, as well as can demonstrate an intellectual understanding of the words and the teachings of the most eminent prophet and king. They're not only able to map out his life, but they can show you where they, in their everyday lives, are seeking to push forward. Papa Garvey said the greatest enemy to the black man is disorganization. Papa Garvey hated the fact that we were so disorganized. Yet many of us who call ourselves Garveyites are not in organizations. Many of us who call ourselves Garveyites are not only not in organizations, they do everything to put down organizations, to attack organizations. No justifiable reason, but that's what they do. They don't support any organizations. They don't join any organizations. They don't do any work, but they're Garveyites. We need to look out for that, brothers and sisters, because it's not the words that we speak that liberate us. It's the work that we do to implement what we say we believe in. So in the words of the most eminent prophet and king, I thank Auntie Jean and her king, Brother Prince, once again I humble myself to this opportunity to raise up the name of the most eminent prophet and king, and to sit before you of the red, the black, and the green. Because this time of the year, the Al-Keblan Revivalist Movement, our members, we wear this. We boast. Because Papa God said, when I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black, and the green on me, for in the new life I shall rise up with God's grace and blessings to meet the millions at the height of the triumph with the colors that you well know. Papa, when he passed away here in the UK, did not have us around him to wrap him in the mantle of the red, the black, and the green. So the new life he could rise. So we now who are here, we wrap ourselves in the mantle of the red, the black, and the green, so that his prophecy can be fulfilled through us, because he said he will wait 200 years if needs be to face his enemy's posterity. We are his posterity. So we now must take up the words and the work, revitalize, re-energize the words and the work. In so doing, we are revitalizing and re-energizing the spirit force of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency. We are calling on His Spirit to come through us. By closing his immortal words, brothers and sisters, he says, wake up Ethiopia, wake up Africa. Let us work towards the one glorious end of a free, redeemed, and mighty nation. Unite, now or perish. Rise, you mighty African people, for you can accomplish whatever you God of Africa be the glory. Tendai Mwari. Tatenda. Thank you very much. Medase Papa. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari. Thank you. Tendai Mwari.
God lives. God lives. Mosiah lives. Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives. Wonderful. Thank you so much for such an insight and powerful information as well. Information that, you know, we all need. And basically you have to come back, because I know you didn't do the fullness of what you have to tell us and what you know. So you definitely have to come back, and soon too. I have to go by your schedule.
You know, Auntie Jean, you know, all you have to do is call.
I will.
All you have to do is call.
I will.
You know,
Thank you.
This movement has a lot of time for you, because you are one of those Garveyites that understand the value of commitment, sacrifice, and work. And that's why we love you so much and respect you so much. So you call us, whenever you call us, we'll be there. Tendai Mwari. By the grace of God, we will be there. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
If that's okay.
Yes, yeah, you have a question. Sister Queen?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay, good. You mentioned, thank you so much for your presentation. It's always a pleasure to hear about Marcus Garvey.
Bless you, my sister.
And your presentation was received with excellence.
Yeah, I'll give thanks and praises. Beloved sister.
My question about the Maroons. Now, why you said, was it wild beast? It means wild beast?
Yes, Tendai Mwari. The word maroon comes from the Spanish word cimarron. Cimarron, I think it's spelled Cimaron. And it's from cimarron that the word maroons, that's the etymological root of the word maroons. And it means wild beast. And that's what the Spanish, a term of degradation that the Spanish ancestors with. The word Coromante comes from the Akan people, and it means king, warrior king. Yeah. So yes, so that is obviously, I'm sure you would agree, a far more appropriate term for these great freedom fighters than this awful word that comes from, or this word that comes from this awful word, Cimarron.
So why do we still use that word, Maroons? Why do we still
Lack
use
of knowledge. Lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
Lack of knowledge. And that is part of our job as a movement. The Al-Keblan Revivalist movement has been in existence since 1987. Auntie Jean did ask me to say something about the movement, and in the flow of my message, I forgot to do that. And I also just wanted to quickly raise up the spirit of our sister who passed away a few months ago, Sister Nkechi Ode, who left our earthly company, and we're still grieving from the sudden loss of our sister. I just want to bring her spirit into this gathering, this virtual gathering, and just say that as a movement, we are proud to say that we are amongst other things, in the business of teaching and enlightening our people. And so for whatever reason our people may not have information, we're always researching. That brother that spoke before me, that some of you may know very well, Brother Olatunji, is a brilliant mind, a brilliant intellect among us, and he is an excellent researcher. We're always researching and procuring information for our people to raise our people's consciousness. And so we have some information, and we're always happy to share it. Tendai Mari.
Tendai Mari. Has anybody else got any questions that would like to ask? You just unmute yourself and ask away. You can see. You've got your hands up.
I have another question then, since we're still looking. You said the Bible is fabrication.
Tendai Mari. Well, must I say, if we
I
really
understand that it's being manipulated now. Wasn't the original? I learned that the original was from us, but it was manipulated to please themselves.
Tendai Mari. Certainly, a lot of the texts in the Bible were plagiarized from ancient African wisdom that was found in tombs and temples of our Kemetian ancestors. Yeah, the tombs and the temples that many of our people visit in Kemet, for example. Much of what we see in the Psalms and in Proverbs, and much of the story of the life of Jesus Christ. If we understand the Asar, if we familiarize ourselves with the Asar Assetian drama of Asar and Heru, otherwise known as Isis, Osiris, and Horus, we will see where the Christians got the Christ story from. The concept of the Madonna and child, again, is a plagiarism of Aset and Heru, the son of Aset. And just as you see the Madonna and child, the Madonna, the mother, with the child on her lap, you can see from sculptures and pictures from ancient Kemet where Aset is sitting with with Heru, her son, in her lap. The concept of even Christ, the name Christ, comes from the ancient Kemetian Karast, which means anointed. The anointed one. Yeah? Ka, Ra, the soul. Ka is the soul, Ra, God, a set, the soul of God born of the mother. Yeah? And that one is the anointed one. So all of it is a plagiarization of our ancient Kemetic teachings. And it purports itself to be a universal religion when it really is a European and Eurocentric religion. You look at the books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel, 1st, Kings, Chronicles, Esther, Nehemiah, Ezra, Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. Those are all, you know, it's not our, Genesis is a Greek word, which means the beginning. Exodus, a Greek word, which means to go out. Leviticus, another Greek word. You go to the, I just gave you some of the books of the Old Testament. The New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Galatians. These are places in Greece and Rome. There's nothing at all to do with us. They don't call our name yet. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. It's not African names, right? So it's nothing to do with us. Like, you know, the spiritual leader of an organization or a spiritual movement in Ghana said to me, you know, our name is not in the Bible. He says, our name is not in the Bible. They're not even talking to us. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what we mean when we talk about falsification, right? And that's what Papa Garvey means. If the white man has the ideal of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. The yellow man's God is of his race, let him worship his God. The God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. That's how God is introduced in the Bible. As the God of Isaac, the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Yeah? So Papa Garvey knew what he was saying when he said the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, let him exist for the race who believe in the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. Yeah? We have found a new ideal, he says. And whilst our God has no color, yet it is human to see everything through one's own spectacles. And since the white man is seeing his God through his own spectacles, we have now begun, late though it may be, to see our God through our own spectacles. Then he goes on to say, we believe in the God of Ethiopia. Yeah? And Ethiopia meant Africa. So he's saying, and as I said, in the 12th lesson of the course of African philosophy, he says we must have our own articles of faith. We must practice our religions with our own articles of faith. We must not plagiarize anybody's things. We must have our own. Tendai Mari.
Tendai Mari. I see two hands up. Jemenia, did you have a question? And also Empress.
Thank you.
Jemenia? No? Okay. Empress?
Those who raise their hands, can you unmute yourself and ask your questions away?
Empress?
Tendai Mari.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very much appreciated. I just wanted to ask Brother Leader Mbandaka about Kendi Andrews. I'm reading his book. I've nearly finished it now. Back to Black Radicalism for the 21st Century. I'm sure you're familiar with that individual. I just wondered, because I'm finding it quite challenging in terms of some of the ideas he has in the book. What advice would you give us, given that yourself as an educationalist and one of the leaders in our community in terms of understanding Garveyism, what would be your advice to anyone, for example, that doesn't know anything about Garveyism to actually determine a better understanding of what key books, in other words, of Professor Tony Martins, would you advise people to read first?
Tendai Mari. Well, give thanks, Sister Zania Jem. It's good to see that you are in the gathering. All right.
Yes, thank you.
It's always a pleasure to see you, my beloved sister. You're looking rather radiant.
Likewise.
That's good.
Thank you.
I do have with me a number of titles. See, my starting point would always be read and study the words and the works of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I don't know how I finished a message without saying Papa Garvey gave us the black print for liberation. I always say that when I speak on Papa Garvey, he gave us the black print for liberation. You've heard the term blueprint, you may not have heard the term black print, but black print specifies the African the African template for African liberation. All right. So this is the definitive work and analysis on the life and the legacy of the most eminent prophet and king. This man, the author of this book, Race First, was the man who was appointed the official historian by the then President General of the UNIA in I believe it was 1984 or 1986, that he conferred on him the title of official historian. Yeah, certainly he became the foremost scholar on the life and legacy of Papa Garvey. Read this book and read Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. You can do no better to understand the legacy of Papa Garvey than to read Papa Garvey's words itself. Now, to his credit, Baba Tony Martin has given, in this book, we will find an abundance of quotations from Papa Garvey. But of course, this book has all Papa Garvey's words. And we have Mama Amy Jakes Garvey to thank for assembling Papa Garvey's writings and speeches into what she edited as Philosophy and Opinions. When Papa Garvey was going into prison, when he was being imprisoned for this falsified claim that he had used the meal to defraud people. When he was what's the word? No. When you falsely stitch up somebody. Anyway, he was
framed.
Framed. That's the word. When he was framed and convicted, he asked her to put his works together. And that's what he means in that speech where he says, future generations shall have in their hands the guide by which they shall know the sins of the 20th century. This is what he was talking about. There's also a volume 3, which I don't have to hand at the moment, but there is a volume 3. And there is this excellent, brilliant book, Message to the People. This is a course of African philosophy which Papa Garvey himself taught. And there are 22 lessons in this book that Papa Garvey had taught. He had selected 8 or 10 prospective leaders to take the UNIA, the work of the UNIA forward. And this was part of the course that he taught them. And so we can do no better than to also read Philosophy and Opinions. Message to the People. Garvey and Garvey is in volume 3. And also Marcus Garvey, Hero. This is also a wonderful book. This is like bite-size. This is like the bite-sized version of Race First, right? If you want to just digest Garvey and Garveyism in a day, read Marcus Garvey, Hero. And then this will whet your appetite for a more detailed analysis, more abundant information on Papa Garvey. I can assure you, you're going to want to know more. So you will want to read Race First. Yeah, you'll graduate to Race First. And then if you can get, in fact, I think it's been republished now. This book for years was not obtainable because it was out of print. But now it is in print, and that's Garvey and Garveyism, which was written by Mama Amy Jakes Garvey. So those are the books that I would recommend. There's also There's also Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa, edited by Baba John Henry Clark. That's also an excellent book on the life and legacy of Papa Garvey. I have that on my bookshelf, but it's not in my, I don't have it to hand at the moment. But those are the ones that I would recommend that we start off with. Tendai Mwari. I should say that Philosophy and Opinions, Volume 3, Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa as well. Volume 3 is out of print, I believe. I don't think that is obtainable at the moment, but this is what my copy looks like. This is an old copy, and this is what it looks like. Yeah. So I hope you're feeling jealous, brothers and sisters. And there's Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa. This is the one that was edited by the eminent scholar, Baba and Professor John Henry Clark. Yeah. Queen Mother Nzinga, who dwells among us in our community. Yeah, I can't put my, Women in the Garvey Movement is the title of her book. I can't put my hand on it at the moment because, sorry? My wife is trying, Sister Kai is trying to find it at the moment, but I was using it recently, so I put it on somewhere in the house and can't find it. And Sister Kai has been using it as well. So one of us has misplaced it, but that's also an excellent, excellent work on the women of the Garvey movement. And we see some brilliant essays, particularly from Mama Amy Jacques Garvey. Outstanding, outstanding thinker, powerful African queen. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Okay, we have a question from Jamenya.
He said he's got to leave to go to work. He's actually in Ghana, I believe. Is that right, Brother Nara?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
He's doing the works over there.
Hear you, my brother, calling from Ghana.
Yes.
No, you're making me jealous.
If I told you
making me jealous, bro. Why do you have to do that, bro? That's deliberate, right?
Yeah, brother leader Mbandaka. I cannot speak for him, but I'll tell you this.
You're kind of
Sorry,
breaking up, my brother.
You went on mute. You'll have to repeat what you said, Nat.
He's been there since the beginning of the year. We were in discussion from our show on Galaxy, and I'm saving. He's there. I'll be joining him, and at the moment, just trying to support him by sending the necessary what I can for him to continue. And he's been doing the works. He showed the videos of him on the field, you know, and he's, you know, trying to support the community over there. But
so who are you referring to, my brother? Because I missed part of what you said.
Sorry, Brother Jamenya, who's co-pilot with myself on Galaxy.
Okay.
We have our show on Black to Basics. We had the discussion from last year, and he's been there since the beginning of January. I mean, no, actually December of last year. And due to obviously the pandemic and all sorts, he's been there ever since. And you know, I have to hail him up because he's been doing works.
Give thanks and praises. Give thanks and praises. We hail the brother for the work that he's doing, because the work that he's doing is empowering us. It's lifting us up. And so we thank him and we hail him for loving us so much that he's there working for our liberation. Please convey that to our brother for me.
Yeah.
And on behalf of the Al-Keblan Revivalist Movement.
Yeah. I just received a message from him. He said that he'll give us an update on the next meeting, the next African Culture Market. So that will be very interesting.
Very
good.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay.
I look forward to that.
Brilliant, brilliant. Has anybody got any last questions before we move on to our next presentation? I think everybody's. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Nat.
Well, first of all, just give thanks to Brother Leader Mbandaka and the whole Al-Keblan Revivalist Movement family. As I mentioned at the beginning of the show, just been growing in my following the whole Al Cableland movement, and Africa Speaks on Galaxy on Mondays. I put the details in from earlier. You know, heading up Brother Olatunji and Brother Omawale as well. My question was quite simple. With the Al Cableland family, it's only dawned on me now, because you mentioned, and it was quite rightly said about, you know, the providing of information, and we, you know, and the teaching from Al Cableland family. How, I know the amazing work that they've been doing with our young people. Is there anything that you're doing for our elders? Is there any courses or any events that we can attend? And also, how best can we support that Al Cableland movement? Because this is just the tip of the iceberg of what we've been listening to as well. And yeah, I just wanted to hear like,
give thanks, my beloved brother, for your question, searching questions, and you know, your loving spirit. I feel a nice vibration from you, my brother, and that's always a good thing. Let me just give a number that brothers and sisters can call if they wish to support the Al Cableland Revivalist movement, because we do need your support. We work hard and we work night and day for people's liberation. We're not working for self-aggrandizement, for personal benefits. We work to uplift and empower our people, and it's hard work. And sometimes it's thankless, it's very challenging. And we work with very limited resources. So if anyone wants to support us, you know exactly where your support will be going. It will be channeled towards supporting the work that we do. So I'll give the number 07908 814152. I'll give that again, 07908 814152, or 07939 292 720. That's 07929 292 720. Call either of those numbers. I'll give the email as well. ARM 6227. That's ARM 6227 at yahoo.co.uk. So you have 3 channels by which you can make contact with us to make inquiries about supporting our movement, and you will be very, very well so. The question that you asked, my brother, please just remind me. My brother, just remind me of the question that you asked.
Brother Nat.
Oh, he was talking about the promote. What events do you do for us to support? Or
yes. Oh, okay. Tendai Mwari. So it seems as though the brother knows that we have our Saturday school, and that's happening online at the moment. So, and I do believe that there are a couple of adults who are tuning into that for their own benefits as well. Because I know that there are a couple of people who don't have children, or whose children are, you know, older than the age group for the Al Cableland Academy of Excellence, who are tuning in. So, you know, brothers and sisters are welcome to tune in for their own benefits, as long as you allow the children to participate and answer the questions, and you just learn and take your notes. But also, we have every first Umoja Day of the month, every first Sunday of the month, Umoja Day, we have our Shumira. Shumira is a Shona word, an African word that means worship, and it implies African traditional worship. And we convene that every first Umoja Day of the month. So we start off the month with our gathering for Shumira. That's a family event. At the moment, it's online, and we always put out information in relation to that. So you're welcome to join us for Shumira. We usually, when the lockdown, before the lockdown, we were meeting at Chestnut Community Center in St. Anne's Road in Tottenham, and we hope that when all of this nonsense is behind us, we'll be resuming our monthly gathering in the physical at Chestnut Community Center. Let me just also quickly say that tomorrow, we are gathering at our headquarters at 282 High Road, Leighton, to observe Mosiah Day. That is the Earth Day, the birthday of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. We always gather to pour a special libation and to acknowledge and commemorate the day of his birth. And finally, I'll add to that under normal circumstances, we would gather on an Ujima evening, a Tuesday evening, for what we call Vimbo Verenga, our faith studies, where we study our African spiritual cultural traditions, and we also, expand that to look at political issues as well, economic issues, but we are homing in mainly on our African spiritual cultural traditions. So at the moment, we are not, for obvious reasons, we're not doing that. And it may take a while to bring that back on stream, but, brother, just keep in touch. Anyone listening, keep in touch, and you will know when the time has come to reinstitute those institutions. Tendai Mari.
Tendai Mari.
Tendai Mari. Just to confirm, so do you your first Sunday of the month, do you do that online now?
Yes, we're doing that online now.
On what platform? So I can put it in, because I'm just...
But other Tunji can speak more eruditely to that.
It's on Zoom.
So I'm just gonna now put in your number and details in the chat.
You'd want to speak to a technophile rather than a technophile.
It's Zoom. It's the very same platform. So just send us your details, sis, and when we send out the link, we'll send it to you and you can join us. It's normally 12 till 3. No, 1 till 3 on the first Sunday of the month.
So you send the information and you put it in the chat already, yeah?
No, you send it. We don't send it out to everybody because security. But yeah, if you just send us your details, we'll send it to you. We'll send you the link. We normally send it out just like a few days beforehand. So yeah.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've just dropped your number and your email in the chat.
No problem.
Okay. So once people
engage.
Okay. So once people get in contact with you by the telephone numbers or the email, then basically they'll find out the link for each occasion. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much, Olatunji. And thank you, Brother Leader Mbandaka. I hope you can stay with us. We have, wonderful. We got Brother Mandingo, who's going to be coming up now. And Brother Mandingo is going to be talking about Marcus Garvey also. And I can't see the actual, what did he say at the beginning? Sorry about this. But he's going to be talking about Marcus Garvey Black Print Solution Implemented Now. Solutions implemented now. So Brother Mandingo, are you ready? I see you. All right. The screen is now yours. The screen is now yours. Apologies. So the screen is now yours, Brother Mandingo, and welcome. Good to see you.
Ujambo, one and all, African family at home and abroad. And again, I have to say, I give thanks and praises to the Almighty Creator. Oloron, Olodomwari, Chuku, Mawolisa, Ra, Pita, Ama, and the many other words that we have for the Almighty Creator in our various African languages. Yes, indeed. And tomorrow, which is the Monday the 17th of what is nominally called August 2020, will be 133 years since the birth of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the greatest Pan-Africanist leader the world has ever known. And it is significant that the word August is coming from the Latin word meaning one who is revered. And who is most revered other than Marcus Mosiah Garvey? Because surely Octavius, the Roman, is in no way worthy of any reveration, any reverence, especially when it comes down to Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I again repeat, the greatest Pan-Africanist leader the world has ever known. And what is Pan-Africanism? Pan-Africanism is simply the ideology and practice of Africans, wherever we are around the world, to work together through various organizations, because we have different spheres, economics, politics, spirituality, etc. But work together across community, national, and international boundaries for our common, our collective good as Africans. And this is why Marcus Garvey's teaching of race first and self-reliance are absolutely key. In the course of African philosophy, which was part of the lessons that he imparted to his most trusted people, younger ones in the organization in the late 1930s, he reminded them, as he always did other members of the race, that no one but us as Africans must preside over our own affairs. Because anytime Africans allow non-Africans to come in their organizations under the guise of they are helping, under the guise of they are being altruistic, under the guise that they are being humanitarian, it is always a guise to take control. Because their interests are always their interests, whilst our interests as Africans is always our African interests. That's a fact. As Marcus Garvey said, in a world of wolves, one of the best weapons that Africans must practice must be the practice of race first, not class first, not what language you speak first, race first. So whether Yoruba, whether Igbo, whether Zulu, whether Shona in the belly, whether you're an African from Trinidad, Jamaica, Barbados, we must always form a united front, united African front, to deal with matters concerning us. And the reason why I'm talking about the black print is because this word black print, I'm a civil engineer. And in civil engineering, we have what is called the blueprint. But in the last century, when Marcus Garvey's son, who was my physics teacher at Kingston Technical High School in Jamaica in the 1960s, Marcus Garvey Jr., when he summarized his father's ideology, which is Pan-Africanism. He summarized them in 8 steps, 8 stages, and all are interconnected. And so I was the one who coined the term in reference to Marcus Garvey's summarization of his father's philosophy and practice as the black print of Marcus Garvey. So for many, many years, I've always been expounding on radio, because I'm also a radio journalist, a radio host, and at meetings in Jamaica and elsewhere and in this country about the black print solution of self-reliance from Marcus Garvey. The first thing, in fact, before I start with the first step with the black print, I want to pay respect to all our African women and girls, past and present, those who have gone on and who are now ancestors. So we are talking about Queen Mother Nana of the freedom fighters in Eastern Jamaica. The British, following the Spanish, call them the Maroons, but the word Cimarron is a Spanish word, and I did Spanish at school in Jamaica. Literally means wild cattle, because the Spanish were so upset that Africans escaped from the plantations and were living freely, and rather than admit that these Africans had the right and did the right thing to escape and live independently, they referred to them in a racist and derogatory manner and called them wild cattle, akin to some wild cattle that were in Jamaica at the time. Okay? But we know that our people are not cattle and our people are certainly not wild, because we were the first civilized people on planet Earth. The first civilized people on planet Earth. We were the first engineers, the first doctors, the first surveyors, the first architects, the first astronomers, the first. All others came after us. And this is why I berate those Africans who do not know themselves when they think that we should emulate those who came after us when we are the original. The original does not follow the imitation, the carbon copy. We are the real deal, while the others simply steal from us, who are the real deal. Now, the first in the black print solution is identity. Everything else in the black print solution makes no sense and will come to nothing if first and foremost you do not know who you are. This is why in the temples of Kemet and elsewhere in Mother Africa, because there's a tendency as if our civilizations were only in Kemet, when our civilizations was all over the Mother Africa, north, west, south, east, and central. Identity. We must know, as in the Peter Tosh song, Peter Tosh, my favorite whaler, that we are Africans. Marcus Garvey Jr., the 7th President General of his father's organization, the UNIA and the ACL. In 1992, at the annual convention in the USA, stated, because there were 20 principles that were outlined, policy steps, is that we should use no other term for ourselves except the term African. We are not Afro-Caribbeans. We are not Black British. We are not Afro-Canadians. We are not African Americans. We are not Brazilians. We are not Trinidadians. Once you're of the African race, you're simply an African. That is the single term that we must use. Once we start using other terms to refer to ourselves, that is in itself something to create division. Something to create division. We are one race and we have one sole term. We are Africans. Nothing more and nothing less. And never ever compromise on this fundamental position of our African identity. The second step in the Black Print solution is pride. If you're ashamed of being African, then you will never achieve success. Because anyone who is ashamed of themselves will not think that they are worthy to excel at anything. So, after knowing that you're African, you must be proud of being African. And we have reasons more than any other race of people to be proud. Because as I explained earlier, we were the world's first civilized people. We were the first doctors, architects, etc. So we have a lot to be proud of. And we have structures, buildings all over Africa, not just in Kemet, not just in the Sudan, but all over Africa, in West Africa, in Benin and elsewhere, Zimbabwe, to show the magnificent structures that our ancestors built. So when the racists, as part of their strategy of trying to undermine the confidence of African people, come in with the big lie, and we know that they are the biggest liars, saying that, oh, you Africans, your ancestors created nothing. Any advance in humanity was done by us Europeans or other Caucasians. It's a total lie. And we must not fall for these lies, because these are deliberate lies of indoctrination that are designed to make our people feel insecure, to be psychologically inadequate, to be ashamed of themselves, and try to be like their very racist enemies. And if you try to be like your enemy, which is impossible, you're simply perpetuating inferiority and retrogression. And the only way of defeating that is that we must teach our people, not just the youths, but a lot of our adults are in need of proper and correct knowledge of our history. It is not an accident that in Jamaica, where Marcus Garvey was born, that he was made by the PNP and GLP political regimes to be the first national hero of Jamaica. But it was just lip service, because how can you have Marcus Garvey in Jamaica, the land of his birth, as the first and greatest and most internationally known of Jamaica's national heroes? And yet, this book, The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, is not in the curriculum. To this day, as I speak, today, Sunday, the 16th of Marcus Garvey's month, The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey is still not in the primary school nor the secondary school syllabus in Jamaica. And I am saying that wherever there are African schools, not just in Jamaica, but in the world, including in Britain, that the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey must be the basic and compulsory textbook for African children, for African youths. And it is this lack of this Bible, and remember, all the word Bible means is a book. That's all it means. So the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey is our #1 Bible, our #1 book. It is no wonder that the vast majority of our people in the world, irrespective of age, are lost and do not know themselves. Because except for the few, they are not aware of the priceless teachings of Marcus Mosiah Garvey as published in The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, that was printed, edited by his second wife, Amy Jakes Garvey, the mother of his son, who I told you was my physics teacher and my very good friend. Of course, the first wife, Amy Ashwood Garvey, who was a co-founder of the organization, Marcus Garvey, she was a co-founder member, because get it straight, the founder of the UNIA and the ACL at 32 Charles Street, near to Kingston Technical in central Kingston, Jamaica, on the 20th of July, 1914, was none other than Marcus Mosiah Garvey himself. It was his idea, and all others who became the founder members on that day came in on the vision that he had before, and which he put into practice by the establishment of the UNIA and the ACL. Now, I said that I'm talking about the implementation of the Black Print solution of Marcus Garvey. Why does Mandingo say the implementation of the Black Print solution of Marcus Garvey for African people? I say because a lot of times when we speak to our people, they say, oh, Marcus Garvey, oh, that was long ago. It's not relevant. Well, it is our duty as Pan-Africanists to show them the constant and the eternal relevance of Marcus Garvey's Black Print solution. For example, concrete example, later this year, November, it is supposed to be 2020, there are supposed to be some elections in the USA. The current president is Donald Trump. Donald Trump, whose mother is Scottish, father, his grandfather, father's father, was a German. And who is he in competition with in terms of the spoils of office for the presidency? Joe Biden. Another European just like him. Notice I use the word European. I don't use the term white or black because no one is white or black in color, literally. None. And also when I use the term European, it reminds us that these people came from Europe and they are where they are, whether in so-called Canada, New Zealand, Australia, the USA, wherever. They came to those places, went to those places as invaders, as conquerors, who murdered people and stole their lands. That's what they did. So we have a situation whereas Malcolm X said, there is no difference between Democrats and Republicans where Africans are concerned. And Malcolm X was also another great Pan-Africanist in the mold and image of Marcus Garvey. And it is no coincidence because Malcolm X's parents were high-ranking members as Marcus Garvey's UNIA and ACL organization. Malcolm X's father was an African from what is called the USA, and his mother was an African from Grenada. Yes, indeed. What Joe Biden has done, he wants to win. So he has chosen Kamala Harris. And I see, and this is what I'm talking about, the implementation of the Black Print solution of Marcus Garvey. We have a situation where I see again an inordinate number of our people, some of them friends and immediate families, who are falling again for the same con that they fell for with Barack Obama. When Barack Obama was running for office, a lot of our people who were not educated in terms of Marcus Garvey's Black Print solution were saying, oh, we're gonna have a black man, let's have a black man, let's have an African in the White House, and things will be better for African people. When I, and not just myself, when I and other Pan-Africanists, meaning coming from the Marcus Garvey school, Marcus Garvey being the greatest Pan-Africanist leader, said, listen, Barack Obama is not a Pan-Africanist. Barack Obama is a Democrat who owns and controls the Democratic Party. It's owned and controlled by the Europeans and also by the Semitic Jews. They are the ones who own and control. And it is the same situation Because remember, Republican is the president. To ask him to help him to overthrow President Mugabe of ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe. And what George Walker Bush did, and the rest of the European Union, Angela Merkel and all the others, was that they put sanctions on Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe are still under sanctions. And the reason why they put the sanctions on, was to make the people in Zimbabwe get so frustrated in being suffering so much that they would overthrow President Mugabe. And George Walker Bush came with some sanctions called ZIDERA, Z-I-D-E-R-A. That's what he came with. What did Barack Obama, who was not president at the time, do? Remember, he's a Democrat. George Walker Bush Jr. is a Republican. So-called enemies, so-called rivals. He went to George Walker Bush Jr. and promised him that if he won and became president, that he would maintain those racist economic ZIDERA sanctions against Zimbabwe. And he did that. Barack Obama came out of office. A Republican, Donald Trump, his big so-called enemy, who was saying where is his birth certificate? Where was he born? He's not qualified to be a president because you have to be born in the USA to be a president, etc. And he said he was going to be different in terms of his foreign policy with respect to Iran and also Zimbabwe and other places. He said that, oh, we are not concerned about the rest of the world. We are only concerned with so-called America first, meaning the USA first. But Trump is still interfering in the affairs of other countries. And he has still maintained the same racist economic sanctions against Zimbabwe. So what does that show you? That irrespective of whether Republican or Democrat, irrespective of whether being Republican or Democrat, the racist policy that they have towards African people remains the same. Nothing has changed. Another thing in terms of what is going on, which is why I mentioned Kamala Harris. Some of our people, some of them Africans from Jamaica, are saying, oh, Kamala is a Jamaican, and visas are going to run, to use that jargon. How foolish. And when I say to them, don't be ridiculous. Have you checked her track record? She's not a Pan-Africanist. Her mother is a Tamil Indian. Her father is an African from Jamaica. As a matter of fact, her father, Donald Harris, went to Titchfield High School in Eastern Jamaica with two cousins of mine, my uncle's children. with my cousin Douglas and my cousin Ivy. Her father went to Titchfield High School. That's in the Port Antonio region of so-called Portland. Portland named after the Duke of Portland, but I don't call it Portland, I call it Nana Land, after our Queen Mother Nana. And I was reading something that he wrote in 2018. We are now in 2020. And he was boasting. He's African, you know. He can't fool anybody. He's not Indian. He's not European. He's not Chinese. And he was boasting about this place in St. Anne, the parish of St. Anne, called Brownstown, was built by his ancestor, who was an enslaver, who had a plantation. What a thing to boast about. He was boasting. But at least, Donald Harris, what you're telling me is that I and other Africans can come to you for some reparations because you're boasting that Brownstown was built and the church there, and of course the church was built to indoctrinate our people psychologically, mental enslavement, and so on. And I have told our people that stop saying that Kamala Harris is going to be our savior against Donald Trump. It is nonsense. Because their policy in terms of African people is the same. She was the Attorney General in California, and her track record, and you can check it out, you don't have to believe me. She sentenced a lot of our African people to prison. We know with Bill Clinton, this 3 strikes and you're out. A lot of our people, families were destroyed. Fathers sent to prison for life. Yes, sent to prison for life. Serious, serious situation. Now, what we are having is a rerun that after Barack Obama, people saw that Barack Obama did not do anything for African people. He did things for other races. He did things for the lesbian LGBT group. He did things for the Hispanics. And when people, African people who had voted for him, said, "What are you going to do for us?" He said he was elected to be the president of the USA. He was not elected to be the president for African people in the States. Barack Obama is someone who is totally against the philosophy and practice of Marcus Garvey. I read his 2 books, and in it, he wrote against Malcolm X. He wrote against Kwame Ture, who was known at one time as Stokely Carmichael. Don't believe Mandingo. If you don't believe me, read his books and you will see the attacks he made against Kwame Ture and also Brother Malcolm X. Right? And the mistake that must not be repeated in this time, as I am telling my people now in the USA, who say that anything apart from Donald Trump is good, that they are going to vote for him because they said they would vote for a donkey, a dog, anything except Donald Trump. And they say to me, Mandingo, it's because this guy is so racist. This is our survival. Anything. So even though you're telling us about Kamala Harris and so on, we don't mind. But anything except Donald Trump. I said to them, what you need to do, you must practice what Marcus Garvey said. That if someone wants your vote, you must have your agenda, your list of demands. You must have your Pan-African agenda, your list of demands. And you negotiate with Kamala Harris or whoever, because we are living in a world of reality. So she wants our votes. Have negotiations with her. This is what we want. And negotiate. We cannot be in a situation whereby our people just vote for Kamala Harris just to get rid of Donald Trump. And then no deal, nothing has been put in place as to what we will get in return for our votes. Not only that, as part of what must be our demands, we have to be a part of the decision-making process. We cannot allow Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and whoever sponsors them to be calling the shots. We have to, as African people, be part of the decision making and call shots that are in our favor. This is how every other race of people operates. This is what the Jews do wherever they are in the world. This is what Chinese people do. This is what Arabs people do. And this is what African people do. We have to get rid of this naive attitude and practice where politics is concerned. Politics is about who makes decisions, control. It's about, it affects institutionalized racism and individual racism. And so, as we are facing a crucial time with these upcoming elections later this year in the USA, we have to assist our people in the USA in terms of communication, working with them, and getting them to set up their own organizations which are geared towards implementing things that benefit us as African people. It also means that the 2.6 billion pounds that the regime that overthrew President Mugabe, that they have decided to so-called pay as compensation to these European, British invaders, when they should be paying us, that we must support our people in Zimbabwe, that this must not be paid. On the contrary, they must pay the people of Zimbabwe, and not only the people of Zimbabwe, but we as Africans worldwide have still not gotten reparations. Remember, in 1834, 20 million pounds, which was equivalent to 40% of the annual budget of the British government in 1834, was given to their British kith and kin as compensation, as reparations. That is what it is, for the loss of labor of our ancestors who had fought and won their freedom. Up to this day, we have not gotten our reparations. And as Marcus Garvey Jr. said, and he did some calculations, we want not just the figure for reparations, but we want it not at simple interest, but at compound interest. Compound interest. Of course, another form of reparations is that we as African people have to repair ourselves psychologically, which is why I'm saying that the study and practice of Marcus Garvey, as outlined in his book, The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, is absolutely important, and also the course of African philosophy. My brother, Tony Martin, from Trinidad, he and I and Marcus Garvey Jr., you know, worked together for many years, and brother Tony Martin, you know, who passed away, he wrote that book, Race First, which the UNIA and ACL, under the leadership of President General Charles James, who I knew, met him in the 1980s. The organization made it official that the handbook to explaining what Marcus Garvey's organization was about, in addition to the Philosophy and Opinions, of course, volumes 1, 2, and 3, was Race First, written by brother Tony Martin. And this is absolutely important that we apply the lessons of Marcus Garvey, both theoretically and practically, today, as I have explained what we should be doing now in terms of what is happening in Zimbabwe, in supporting our people there, in terms of communicating and working with our people in the USA, because we must have a situation whereby anything that affects Africans in one part of the world concerns Africans in the rest of the world. So in other words, you touch one, you touch all. And let us remember, within every race, and the African race is no exception, there will be differences of opinion. There will be heavy and even harsh disagreements sometimes. But when it comes on to the enemy, the non-African, we must always close ranks. We must never allow them to exploit any internal differences that we have. Because to do so would be to cause the collective undoing of our road to progress. In terms of self-reliance, as I have said, it must be self-reliance in everything, in politics, economics, religion, and spirituality. Christianity and Islam are two religions that a lot of our African people worldwide are members of. And Arabs have used Islam and Europeans have used Christianity to mentally enslave African people. Because, for example, there's no such thing as a Muslim name and an Islamic name. It's an Arab name. Hussein, Ali. They are Arab names. So the religion is being used to push their culture, and culture is a weapon. Just like how there's no Christian name, it's a European name. Tom, John, Jane, Jill, that's not a Christian name. They are European names. But religion is used as a front to deceive our people. And you can never, ever be independent if you operate according to the rules and guidelines of your enemies. One of the other planks in terms of Marcus Garvey's Black Print is economics, economic empowerment. We have to be militarily powerful. But to be militarily powerful, meaning to be able to defend ourselves, we have to be economically empowered. And this means, as Marcus Garvey said, is that we must trade with each other in communities, in whatever country we are in, nationally and internationally. One of the mistakes that made by some people when they hear the word the Black Star Line is that they say, oh, the Black Star Line, that was Marcus Garvey saying that all Africans must go on the ships and go back to Africa. That's a total lie. The main purpose, the primary purpose of the Black Star Line was to facilitate trade between African people worldwide so that we could empower ourselves economically, to trade amongst ourselves. That was a primary purpose. Of course, spin-off from that is that Africans wanting to go to any country in Africa or in the Caribbean, etc., we have our own vessels and so on. And remember in Marcus Garvey's time, our people, even when they paid a lot of money for first-class accommodation, etc., they were treated, you know, in a racist manner. But the primary purpose of the Black Star Line was to stimulate inter-African trade. And this is still needed. And in this time, what we also need, in addition to having a Black Star Line, is that we need African Airlines, their equivalent, to travel between African countries. We are still having a situation whereby Africans in the Caribbean wanting to go to Africa and vice versa have to be coming through Europe and using European airplanes, etc. No, we must have our own airlines where we can do direct flights or otherwise, and we must have ships where we can trade with the goods that we have between our peoples in Africa and in the Caribbean and in the Brazil elsewhere. And remember that Brazil is the country in the world that has the largest population of Africans in the world. Nigeria is a country that has the largest amount of populations as a country. But outside of Africa, the country that has the largest population of Africans is Brazil. And the reason for that is that almost half of our people who were captured, prisoners of war, and transported, were transported as prisoners of war to Brazil. And we must maintain links and stimulate links between our people in Brazil. I have a cousin who lives in Brazil. He's one of the most popular reggae artists there and so on. And there are some few other reggae artists and some of our people from this country in Britain and in the Caribbean or in Brazil. You know, there has been movements in between, and I'm glad to see this coming together of African people in that way. And we want more of that. And this is why I'm so glad that when I do my radio shows where I impart information to our people, or when I speak at places, lectures and that type of thing. I'm able to give information about what's happening in Brazil because I have people who actually live in Brazil. This never used to be the case. And this is good, you know, and I maintain my links with my people who are in Zimbabwe, you know, from when I used to work with the government of President Mugabe. I still maintain links with those who have stood strong and so on. And so I'm acquainted. I'm fully abreast of what's happening there. Because when you're a Pan-Africanist, you have to be in constant communication with your people. And let us also know this. There are two forms of activity in terms of revolution, overt and covert. There are some things that are done above board, overt, but there are some things that have to be covert by the very nature of things. So one does not divulge one's strategies and plans in public, because let us remember, as in every race, you always have traitors. So in addition to having traitors that we always have to be monitoring and making sure what is going on, we don't want to help those traitors by openly stipulating certain things that we do or we have to do, because it's only a fool that would be telling one's enemies about the strategies that one employs. So when I speak, as I speak here, I just speak in general terms. I never deal in specifics. And one must always vet whoever one speaks with or what groups one speaks with, etc. You know, I've learned this the hard way with Marcus Garvey Jr. and others. In the 1960s, we had a party in Jamaica, the African Nationalist Union. And you know, we were having a march, a demonstration, Africa Liberation Day march. And the police came and arrested Marcus Garvey Jr. and beat some of the members of our organization and so on. And you know that it was then that we found out that someone who was in our party, the African Nationalist Union, was actually an undercover Jamaican policeman. So we are not naive. There are always infiltrators. And this was why when Marcus Garvey had his organization, he had the African Legion, which was a security element, which always had to be dealing with and monitoring who and who was in the organization, because they are what you call sleepers. You know, they don't show up their colors and so on. So this is all part and parcel. I'm saying this to tell people, do not get into this thing that everyone who will say that, oh, they are Pan-Africanists and they are with the struggle and with the cause, that they are genuine. Because some of them are traitors. They are enemy agents, infiltrators. This is very important. This is a reality that we have to deal with as people. Unity is absolutely important. And to maintain unity, we have to be constantly on the lookout for both friends and foes. Friends, in terms of we are always looking to recruit people to the cause. So we go out there with our message and we try to bring in people. And this is not an age thing, because there's a tendency also of ageism by some people that they try to play off age groups. Oh, he's an elder. Oh, he's a youth. He's middle-aged. No, we are all Africans. And also another thing of playing off males against females, sisters against brothers. No, no sexist business. The only qualification must be your commitment as a Pan-Africanist. Nothing to do with whether you're male or female or your age. And in terms of government, the UNIA and the ACL, the UNIA and the ACL was actually a Pan-African government. It had all the elements. The Black Cross nurses was our health ministry. So in this time of coronavirus pandemic, etc., our counterpart today is that our medical people, wherever our people are in the world who are dedicated, must be operating to secure the interests of our people. And we do not want any vaccines made by non-Africans for our African people, because we know what they did at Tuskegee, where they injected some of our men with syphilis, and with the native people in the USA, they put smallpox on the blankets and killed off a lot of the native people. So we are aware of these kind of warfare, chemical and biological warfare, and so on. So the government of the UNIA and the ACL is a Republican one, by the way, because it has to do with one president, one army, one navy, and one air force. And there must not be any non-African military force in Africa. We are having a situation that there are Chinese troops in Djibouti. This is absolutely wrong. The USA and the European Union, and the USA is part of the European Union, they have AFRICOM. Their headquarters is in Stuttgart, in Germany. But there are European troops, whether from the US Army or German, British, who are in Africa as so-called advisors and so on. And as for the French, for example, with most of those so-called former colonies, French soldiers have always been there to maintain French interests. Always. And this is why President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and President Sekou Touré of Guinea and Modibo Keita of Mali, why they had so many problems. Because the puppets that were in Senegal and the puppets that were in the Ivory Coast and elsewhere in these places where the French had colonies were still controlled by the French. Their budget, their finances, etc. People are talking about Dr. Afrikan, sister from Zimbabwe, who is married to a Ghanaian, you know. She was not a part of the revolutionary struggle in Zimbabwe. She left Zimbabwe many years ago and so on. And but people for many, many years have been saying that the people in the Ivory Coast, Senegal, and elsewhere should get rid of this neo-colonial situation whereby the finances, the money for their governments are controlled by the French Treasury, who lend them their own money and who give them what they want from their own money. That is not independence, that's neo-colonialism. And so another important book that our people should read is Neo-Colonialism by Kwame Nkrumah, because it explains how neo-colonialism works. Because with neo-colonialism, this is why Africa, which is the richest continent in terms of natural resources, yet our African people have the lowest standard of living on planet Earth because of neo-colonialism. What an irony. coltan, which is an indispensable component for cellular phones, is found only in Central Africa, in the Congo. And the resources of the Congo, like the rest of Africa, are not being used for the benefit of the African people. Another thing that Kwame Nkrumah tried to do, and which we must do, is to industrialize. The Europeans and the Chinese and Indians and others have never wanted us to industrialize. Why? If we industrialize, meaning we use our natural resources and make cars, ships, planes, etc., then the industries in Europe and in the USA, etc., would become bankrupt. Because when they take our raw materials and make planes, cars, ships, phones, etc., they sell these items made from our resources at exorbitant prices. So therefore, their standard of living is always much higher than ours. And our people are kept in a stage of backwardness and debt. Because what we want is to industrialize and make our own products so that the surplus we can export. And I give you an example. Kwame Nkrumah in his autobiography said that of all the books that he read, the book that inspired him the most was The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. That's the Black Solution Bible, The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And Marcus Garvey in The Philosophy and Opinions said, we Africans must master science and technology, because the race that does not master science and technology will either be enslaved or exterminated by the races who master science and technology. President Kwame Nkrumah embarked on the industrialization process, as Marcus Garvey said we should do. And so a dam was built. And how many people know that with President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, we had started to produce transistor radios. Yes, we had started to produce television sets. And we were on the process of starting to manufacture cars and other industrial things. When the British, the US, the French and others saw this, they said, no, we have to get rid of this President Kwame Nkrumah. Because what he's doing, he's setting an example for other African countries to industrialize. Then we will not have any market for our goods. And we will be in problems. Our population will rise up against us because it will be economic misery in Europe and elsewhere where our people are. And so they conspired with traitors in Ghana to overthrow President Kwame Nkrumah. And one of the first things that they did, the stooges, the traitors in the army who overthrew President Kwame Nkrumah, and the US ambassador was involved in that too at the time, was that they shelved and stopped the industrialization process that was taking place in Ghana. The same situation in terms of Zimbabwe. Why are they so hell-bent on stopping Zimbabwe? You're still not satisfied that they overthrew President Mugabe. But President Mugabe set an example whereby over 300,000 African, not individuals, families, so you know it's more, have recovered some of our land, not seized our land. You know these racists are really, really out of order. When we reclaim our land, they say we seize the land. How can we seize land which belongs to us? And this thing about we must pay compensation. To speaking truthfully, because the truth shall set us free, in 1979 at the Lancaster House Treaty with Carrington and Margaret Thatcher, it was agreed with Joshua Nkomo and Mugabe, Robert Mugabe, both Babas, Baba meaning father in Yoruba, that after 10 years, the British government and the Ronald Reagan regime said that they would help the British government, Margaret Thatcher, they would pay their kith and kin money, not us. Because how can we be recovering our land? We are supposed to be getting reparations, and we would be paying those who stole from us and those who owe us reparations, right? And that was agreed. But what did New Labour, which are tours in disguise, do when Tony Blair and Clearshot came in round about 1997? Tony Blair and Clearshot from Birmingham said, oh, we don't care about this agreement that was made. We are not honoring it because we are not going to pay any compensation to our kith and kin. That should be paid by the Zimbabweans. They are the ones who broke the agreement, Tony Blair. Clearshot went so far as to say that, oh, I am of Irish descent, and I am not claiming any reparations from the British. So why should the Zimbabweans want reparations? The thing about it is that Irish people were also involved in the racist genocidal Holocaust where African people are concerned. It didn't matter whether they were Protestant or Catholic. They were all European racists. So Clearshot, your people and you and people like Tony Blair and your people, your ancestors are not here today. But we who are here today as Africans, we are here to collect from you on behalf of our ancestors. So our ancestors are not here now, but we are here now, and we will fight to our rightful right to get reparations. The Japanese have gotten reparations. Koreans have gotten reparations. European Jews have gotten reparations. Everybody else have gotten reparations. But somehow, African people are not supposed to get reparations. And when we talk about it, oh, you have a chip on your shoulder, and why you keep going back to slavery. Why? It's because everything that you have now is as a result of what your ancestors stole from our people. And we are here to collect, and we will not forget. You see here the Jews talking about they will not forget. Well, we are the ones, we are not forgetting who did what to us. And we will not stop our fight for what is ours. But let me put in this strong note of caution and of realism. The only time that we will get reparations is when we acquire the military power and the economic power that will force them to pay us reparations. As Marcus Garvey said, a race without authority and power is a race without respect. And power, as Marcus Garvey said in the Philosophy and Opinions, is the only argument that satisfies man or woman. That man or woman is not moved by prayers or by petitions, but are moved by the power that forces them to move, whether they want to move or not. So my people, I'm saying that we must apply science and technology for our own usage. Do you know that the largest number of brilliant Nigerian scientists, for example, and doctors are not in Nigeria, but they are in the USA and elsewhere? So their medical skills, the skills of our engineers, the skills of our scientists are working and building up the strength, the infrastructure, and the technological systems, the cybernetics of our enemies. The scientific know-how, the medical know-how, the skills, etc. of our people, professionals, should be in the service of our race. Enough of this is not being done. And this is why our people are still in the situation that they are in, health-wise and standard of living-wise generally in Africa. Because the most brilliant of our people, their minds and their labor power is being used to build up that of our enemies. We need to support financially and otherwise. We can always have trips and that type of thing whereby we contribute in building up things that are needed in various African countries. And what this means is that we have to be in communication. And we must not wait on any African governments to so-called call us. We must interact with our people at the grassroots level. At the grassroots level. So from the people to people at the grassroots level, and work together in such a way that the politicians have to do as we say. Marcus Garvey in the Philosophy and Opinion said that government is for the people. So therefore, government must be the expression of the will of the people. So it is for us as individuals to work together to put forward strategies and implement strategies at home and abroad that will help our people. Finally, in terms of the Black Print solution, in terms of implementation, is that of the Creator. Just like identity, any people who worship a creator that does not look like them, no matter how they are progressive in other areas of life, will never ever attain victory, progress, or success, anything positive. Because if who you envisage to be the creator looks like your enemy, and in the case of our people who say that they are Christians, their image of the creator is of a blonde, blue-eyed Jesus Christ. So that means that whenever they see a European, even a female European, the brain, it automatically computes in the conscious and subconscious that the creator is European. So whenever you see a European, psychologically, you bow down. It's deference. So they would have you mentally enslaved. So as Marcus Garvey said in the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, the image of the creator for African people must be African. So when he said through the spectacles of Ethiopia, he's not talking about Haile Selassie. Ethiopia is simply another term that is used for the continent known as Africa. We must envisage the Creator if we want to envisage the Creator, because in the course of the philosophy, Marcus Garvey explains that the Creator is in a spiritual form. But if you want to envisage the Creator, it must be a Creator looking African like you. Because once the Creator looks non-African, then it means you bow down to those who look like what you envisage the Creator to be. It is absolutely important, my people, that we do not allow our people to be undermined by the foreign religions and ideologies of non-Africans. Marcus Garvey has given us the Black Print solution, the Black Print, and you have no excuse. It is in the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey. And there's also on YouTube, my physics teacher, his son, Marcus Garvey Jr., an excellent video called The Arab Slave Trade, where Marcus Garvey Jr. deals with our enemies, be they Semitic Jews, Semitic Arabs, Europeans, non-Africans, period. Because what this is all about is that we African people, we have permanent interests, but not permanent allies. So the ally strategically today from another race is the enemy tomorrow. Our only permanent friends and our only permanent allies are us Africans. And this is why I noticed that we have been having some meetings and some marches that are supposed to be African, supposed to be about African reparations, supposed to be about African reparations and celebration of African emancipation. But some individuals have allowed non-Africans to be involved under the guise that they are our allies. No, this is totally, totally wrong. I'm totally against this. This is actually infiltration in terms of bringing in non-Africans who are enemies in our organizations. Our organizations must be exclusively African. Anything that we have to do, we must do within our exclusive African organizations. We must not allow non-Africans to be in our organizations. Up ye mighty race, ye can accomplish what you will. And as Marcus Garvey said, we must have confidence in ourselves, because when we have confidence in ourselves, we will have won before we have started. But if we do not have confidence in ourselves, then we will be twice defeated in the race of life. So, my African people, remember, one of the things that we have to do is to support our brothers and sisters in Zimbabwe. There must be no paying of any compensation to the British. And we must support them. We must support Malema and other Africans in Azania, South Africa, to reclaim South Africa, because South Africa was sold out by Nelson Mandela and others, who allowed the Europeans to still own and control about 90% of our land. And then what do the frustrated Africans in South Africa do? They take out their frustration by killing Africans from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Somalia, Kenya, and elsewhere, saying they are taking away their jobs. When if they had dealt with the ANC regime, who sold out, unlike the PAC, the Pan-Africanist Congress, they would not be suffering. They would not be landless in their own land. They would not be unemployed in their own land. And they would not be killing Africans from other African countries. Remember, whatever success Africans in Azania got was with the help of Africans in other African countries in Africa and outside of Africa, in Britain, the Caribbean, and elsewhere. They should remember this. So African people, remember, the only way that we can guarantee our salvation and maintain our salvation is to organize in terms of self-reliance in every area, as Marcus Garvey said. And this is why he said something that Bob Marley put to music when Marcus Garvey said, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds." Asante Sana, my African family at home and abroad. I remain yours, brother in service, Mandingo, African from Jamaica, fighting and never ever giving up from I began as a Pan-Africanist from my school days at Kingston Technical High School in Jamaica in the 1960s with Marcus Garvey Jr. and others. Uhuru is a must, freedom, but it is only a must when we fight for our freedom, because nonviolence is not going to secure us. And remember, self-defense is no offense. Up ye mighty race, ye can accomplish what you will. One creator, one aim, and one destiny. Africa for the Africans, for those at home and abroad. Asante Sana.
Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Very well put. And as I like the way you just drawed everything in, you know, and everything makes everything more significant. So I hope it's sort of like opened up for everybody else. Has anybody got any questions? Anybody got any questions? I see you've got, was it yes, Vulture from Akua in the chat. No questions. Everybody's out there silent. nobody's sleeping out there.
and remember what I said, you know, family. There are some things that we always operate on two fronts, overt and covert. Sometimes some of our people talk things in public. And when I say public, this is public, you know. Because let me tell you, at least those who don't know, because some of you know, our enemies are watching this. Our enemies are watching this.
That's true.
They're taking notes of every one of us who are on this. And so likewise, we watch and monitor them too. It's war. So whenever I speak in public, I choose my words very carefully. I think before I utter. Because if you do not think before you utter, you will end up in the gutter.
Yes.
So there are some things we must speak about overtly in general terms. But you see, certain things covertly, and you see this thing called the phone. A lot of our people have become addicted to social media and other forms of things. And a lot of times they get into problems and they say that people have informed on them when they are the ones who have informed on themselves. There are certain things that you must not use any electronic medium to do. A word to the wise is always sufficient. There are different things for different things. Don't because, oh, it's just easy to make a phone call and you know, some of our people have this way of saying, oh, you're speaking to them and they say something and you say, stop that. What's the matter with you? It's just me and you talking on the phone. I said, don't be stupid. Whenever you talk on the phone, the whole world is listening. Whatever you do. Remember, I'm a civil engineer by training. Marcus Garvey was an electrical engineer. I know what I'm talking about. Know what to use, when and how. And some things must always be dealt with in a covert way. I can't emphasize it too much. But what is important, we go out there and we must always seek to recruit our people who are in ignorance. Because this is it, you know. Don't curse them. A person does not know, teach them. Then it's up to them. You'll have done your job. Some of them you will not be successful with because you can't force people, if you know what I'm saying.
That's true.
But some will come and stream and say, you know, you're right. And even some who don't come and stream with you, after some time say, you know, when you were talking to me the other day about Marcus Garvey, and I was saying, kind of rubbish you're talking about. But you know, it's really true. So be patient. You know? But
give thanks.
Yes, yes. So be patient. And this is another thing that I can't emphasize too much. In every generation, and I know this by bitter experience, Marcus Garvey Jr., myself, Marcus Garvey himself, Malcolm X, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Queen Mother Nana, wherever. In every generation, there are always some who are traitors. Don't fool yourself. Some of our people have this thing. No. You always have traitors. Take even the British. They have their intelligence service. They have British people who are traitors to their British thing. In every race of people, in every country, you have people who are traitors. For different reasons. Some because of venality, money. Some because they have a grudge against someone and they decide to spite. But always be on the lookout too. Constantly. For traitors. So remember, we have those who are friends, brothers and sisters, but remember that they are also traitors. And don't be fooled by someone wearing locks or shouting this and that and so on. Because action always speaks louder than words. Words are good, you know. Words are absolutely essential because we are using words to correspond. You can't get rid of words. But you see, if you really want to know someone, it's the actions that tell. Because the actions don't lie, you know. The actions don't lie. It's like, give you another example. You will think that you and a person are friends, and you and them are good friends and so on. But one way of testing if you and a person are good friends, you do some money business with them. You laugh, a serious thing. You and them grow up together, know them for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. And the day you do some money business with them, some of it, you can't believe, you thought you knew the person. So, always test and judge. Words are nice. but they're not sufficient. Always judge by actions. So again, stay strong. And you see what you have been doing here, Sister Jean.
Yes.
Absolutely important. You're not the only one who is doing it. There are various organizations all over the African world who are doing important work. And this is why when I hear some people say, oh, African people not doing anything, it's a lie. It's a lie, because what it means is that you are disrespecting Africans all over the world, those ones who are working positively. You always have Africans in every country who are positive. Just like how you have those who are negative.
True.
And as I said, some of the organizations are covert, some are overt. And what it is to work with those who are positive, both overtly or covertly, or both. Asante sana again.
Ashe, thank you.
Tenda Mari. I do have a question, actually, just a quick one for Brother Mandingo.
Yes, right.
You use the term Semitic Jews a few times. Just if you could clarify what that means.
Semitic Jews?
Yes.
Yes. The reason is that this nonsense that these Europeans come with, like they come with this nonsense from their Christian Bible, Talmudic, racist thing that we are the children of Ham. I don't eat ham, and I am no children of any ham either. Right? And I am not descended from any guy called Abraham, Abram, or Noah. And this mental enslavement, whereby you have African people talking about they are Jewish, they are 12 tribe, they are Dan, they are Benjamin, and this Semitic, and they are Semitic coming from Shem. I am no son of Noah. I am coming from the original people. This guy Abram, who is fiction, never existed. Is this story about Abram is only about 5,000 years old. We are in 2020 now. Now, how the hell can I, Mandingo, an African, I know that my African ancestors existed at least, not most, at least, the very least, 300,000 years ago. And you're going to say that I am coming from some guy who never existed named Abram in all the land of the Chaldees that they now call Iraq, who is fairy tale, is fable, is just 5,000. How can you compare a 5,000 fiction with my reality of my ancestors? 300,000 years at least. So get away from me with that. We are the original people. And when I use the term European, Semitic Europeans.
Semitic Jews used to say.
Yes, Semitic Jews.
Yeah.
These Semites for themselves, just like their kinspeople who they are presently in war with for quite a number of years, the Semitic Arabs, they are their Semites. They are in war with each other. And what is significant is that the vast majority in Canaan, so-called Canaan, because remember there was no so-called Israel. And Israel, a lot of the people even don't know that the name Israel is just some phrase that means someone who struggles with the Creator, which in itself is blasphemous. How can you struggle with the Creator? Jacob of Israel. Jacob struggled with the Creator. What happened is that a lot of these who call themselves Jews, who are in the place that some people call Palestine, that some people used to call Canaan, and so on, are actually Europeans. They are Caucasians, the Khazars, who did a mass conversion rather than be either Christians or Muslims, again thing. And take the term Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz, that's their term for Germany. And the majority of those who call themselves Jews in what is called Palestine or Canaan are actually Europeans who have absolutely nothing to do with that part of the world. No, you tell some Christians that they say, oh, God is gonna strike you dead for saying, but it's true. And what you find with some of our people, they will support these people who came from Europe and moved out people who were living there before them. And what is happening there too with the Arabs? The Arabs don't belong to where it's called Palestine either, because they came there also as invaders. And let us also remember that when we had our powerful kingdoms in Kemet and so on, our people ruled over what is now called Arabia. Check Marcus Garvey Jr. in the Arab slave trade on YouTube and so on. And our African ancestors ruled over what is now called so-called Palestine also, and so on. So a lot of these people were claiming this place. Our people were in these places before them. They are invaders. Golda Meir and people like that. These people are they are Russians and take for you know a thing that a lot of them don't know. What language did Yeshua speak? That Yeshua is who they call Jesus Christ, the Semite. He didn't speak Hebrew, you know. He spoke Aramaic. Aramaic was the lingua franca at the time, meaning the general language in that part of the world, and so on. But the point that I'm saying is that these Semitic Jews, just like their kinspeople, the Semitic Arabs, and they come under pressure from the European Jews, you know, the Ashkenazi, because, you know, they discriminate against, they have another set of Jews that they call them the Sephardic Jews, and so on, who are in Spain and that type of situation. And they are discriminated against because they are of a darker hue, and you know Europeans operate with their whole racist thing, even amongst themselves, you know, because their ideal is the blonde, blue-eyed thing. That is the epitome of perfection and so on, so anything less. So even within themselves, they practice their own micro-racism, much less us, you know. And remember, the thing about African people, us as African people, is that all other races are very similar in terms of their how they look, their phenotype. Even Indians, you'll find Indians who are very dark, darker than you, my brother, and darker than me, but they're not African. They're very, very dark, but they're not African. And they are racist against Africans too.
Yeah.
I want people to know that. Some of you know that too. They're very dark. They're Indians, so-called Dravidians or Dalits and thing, but straight-haired and so on. They are not African, and they are very racist against African people. And when you go to the shops, they drop the money in your hand. We know all of that when they give you the change, not touching you, and so on. The most distinctive thing about us as Africans is not our different shades, because we have different shades. And Marcus Garvey said in the Philosophy and Opinions here that we read it because some mischief makers in our race try to create divide and rule. Said we must not divide ourselves along shadism, different shades. We have different shades. It's in the Philosophy of Opinions. We are all Africans. The only important thing is that you are being loyal to your African race. This is not about what shade you are. That is not what determines your worth. What determines your worth is that you are loyal and you are working for the interests of our African people. The most distinctive thing about us as Africans, what makes us unique, is this good hair that they call bad hair. No other race have this. Look at this. You see it? You notice when I pull it out, it don't lay down like straight hair. You know? It's strong. It's a good hair. And this is the hair that they call what? There is bad hair. You know, I have a brother from Jamaica. He told me that his grandmother, who was of a browner complexion than him, he was darker than his grandmother. This is no joke. It's sad but serious. Told him that he was her grandson, her grandchildren, but his hair was not good because he had barbed wire hair.
Wow.
You see the self-hatred, which is strong. And listen, it's not a joke, you know. This thing is still common amongst our people, you know. Why do you think so many of our women wear these European wigs or Indian hair where they buy from Indian shave off in their temples and that type of thing? A lot of our people are ashamed of their hair because they think it is not good. Check on BBC, for example, and ITV and all of these things, Al Jazeera and all of these stations and so. You rarely see any of our women wearing their natural hair. Am I wrong or right?
Right.
It's a fact. They are ashamed. They are ashamed of their natural hair. We need to have this right. Because one of the things, you know, is that when some of our women want to wear their hair natural, they are told by the racists that this is not acceptable. This is a fact. Let's not hide it. Let's ball it out. And as a matter of fact, we should launch a petition. You know the thing about petition. Petition is not the end all of everything, you know, but it helps to stimulate consciousness and rouse people and to mobilize. You know, we need mobilization and we need organization and everything. We need to deal with this situation because you see, this self-hatred is serious. People who hate themselves because they hate their African features are very dangerous to the African race, you know. Because in their self-hatred, they destroy anything that looks like them. They do. It's a serious, serious situation. As a matter of fact, I can't tell when, if ever, I have ever seen, for example, on British so-called media, in regular news reading and whatever thing, African women having their natural African hair. It's always some wig. Always some wig. And you always have excuses. Oh, it's easy to just put on the wig. Always excuses. And there's no excuse because it is self-hatred. And this is something we have to get rid of. And this is why Marcus Garvey had African dolls made, because he knew that African children being given Caucasian European dolls to play, that the automatic result is that African girls will grow up feeling ashamed of their African complexion and their African hair. It's a fact. And you have mothers, you have African mothers who actually tell some of their sons, not all of them, that they must not get a wife who is African. It is better to get a wife who is non-African. And if they can't get a non-African, get one whose complexion is as light as can be. Yes.
That's so true. That is so true.
It is a fact. I have known of cases, not case, plural, cases, where some African mothers have told their sons and daughters, don't get any African as your wife or husband, because if you want to improve yourself, and they want to have nice mixed race looking grandchildren with nice pretty hair and straight nose. It's true. It's painful to say, but we have to confront and deal with the truth.
That is so true. Thank you so much, Brother Mandingo. Thank you. There was, we're gonna have to round up now. Sister Akua, I think you had a question, but I don't know if you still have that question now to put through quickly. If not, then we will, yeah, okay.
And
Go
by
ahead.
the way, Ola Tunja, the Ola is Yoruba, you know, meaning wealth and that type of thing. And so we should be wealthy, because another thing too, you know, some of our people, they believe that it is some virtue to be poor and suffering. I'm serious.
No.
Some of you know what I'm saying is true.
Yeah.
You have some of our people feel that somehow it is supposed to be cool and nice to be a sufferer. No, we are the richest people on planet Earth, so we must have the highest standard of living. So that's why I'm remembering my Yoruba, Ola, wealth. It is our divine right to be wealthy. We must live good and look good and enjoy life. Our continent is the richest continent, yet we have the poorest standard of living when we should have the highest standard of living. Europe should have the lowest standard of living. And by the way, Europe is not a continent. They are such liars. What is a continent? A continent is a massive landmass surrounded by water. Europe is Northwest Asia. Look at the map. It is simply the northwestern part of Asia. But they want to hype and talk about the European continent. Run away these dunces with that. Europe is not a continent. They are Asians, but you know, oh, you're gonna get them mad calling Europeans Asians, but that's what they are. They are Northwestern Asians. So next time you see any European say, what's happening Northwestern Asian?
Give thanks.
Yes, indeed.
Wonderful. Okay, I think Sister Akua just wanted to say thank you for your presentation, because she loved all the information that you've given. So thank you very much, Brother Mandingo. Thank you.
And let me just say finally, I want to send special Ujambo greetings for everyone who participated in this today, both as speakers and as listeners and as people who ask questions. In other words, we have to Arambe, pull together. As I said, in everything, we have a saying, 7 brothers, 7 sisters, 7 different minds. There will be differences at times and so. But as long as we don't kill each other. Any killing, let's kill the enemy.
That's right. That's right.
So true.
Yes.
Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Asante Sana. Thank you, brother. Very much appreciated. And
anytime.
Always stepping up. I really do appreciate it.
Let me tell you something. What we have to do, the work that we are all doing, is not just for ourselves, but it is for our future generations.
Yes.
And if we don't do and improve on what our parents and grandparents and other ancestors did, then we would have disgraced and insulted all the tribulations and sacrifices that our ancestors made. As I speak here today, I am 5 generations away from when our ancestors won our freedom by fighting in 1834. Because it was my great grandparents that makes me the 5th generation who won with other Africans our liberation that the British had to declare on the 1st of August 1834. No one gave us any independence. Nobody can give you your freedom. Nobody can give you independence. We fought them and we won, and they had to give up. It's no begging thing. So let no one tell you about we were given freedom. And the next thing too, Jamaica must become a republic, just like Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. How can you say that you are independent and the Governor General of Jamaica represents not the people of Jamaica, the Africans of Jamaica, but represents Elizabeth II of Britain? Madness. Madness. As our psychiatrist who was born 18th of March, just like myself, was much older, one of our greats, Dr. Francis Cresswell, said that if you don't understand racism, you don't understand anything. They use these kind of psychological things. Jamaica, to be independent, you have to have someone from Jamaica as the head of state of Jamaica, and not someone as the head of state who was your former British imperialist colonizer as your head of state. Jamaica, that's another goal that we must fight for. So there's many different things we have to fight for, you know. Help our brothers and sisters in Zimbabwe. Jamaica must become a republic like Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. We must demand for those who say they're voting for Kamala Harris. There has to be a meeting from now with our table of demands, and we here must help them to drop the table of demands and negotiate. We are not in any games with any politicians. We are only concerned with what is best for us as Africans. To hell with Kamala Harris and what she represents and her European husband. For those of you who never know it, her husband is European too, right? I'm not concerned with that. I am only interested in what is of benefit for African people. And another thing, we do not want any Chinese or any European military force under any guise in any African country, whether in Africa or in the Caribbean, both they're doing training, exercise, and advisory role. And we need to use our scientists and engineers and build our own airplanes, our own ships, etc. How can you be independent and powerful that when you want to fight, you have to buy your guns from your enemy? You have to buy your fighter planes and your bomber planes from your enemy. That's madness. You say you're free. You want to be free, but to defend yourself, you have to buy your very weapons to defend yourself from your enemy. No, come on. We have the brains and so on. So no. Oh, you know why they stopped colonization? Because they said, oh, this Kwame Nkrumah, he thinks he's smart. Of course he was smart. He's trying to put in practice what Marcus Garvey said, which is master science and technology. Master science and technology. And the litmus test, whenever you want to know a person is an enemy of the African race, you just have to ask them one question. What they think about Marcus Garvey. If it's positive, okay. But anytime it's negative, you know that is a person who is against the interests of African people. Marcus Garvey is the litmus test. In chemistry, when you want to test to know what a thing is, you do what is called a litmus test. You put a thing on the paper, and depending on the color that comes, you know what it is. So with us now, applying it in terms of that chemistry lesson, in terms of our African liberation. Whenever you want to know quickly what a person is about, where their head is at, just ask them, what do you think about Marcus Garvey?
Give thanks.
Thank you.
Brother Mandingo, you're a wealth of information.
Anytime you're ready, my sister. And tomorrow I'm on SLR radio.
What time?
SLR radio from 5 to 7. I play music, but I have a section in it called Mandingo News and Views. And I do similar things on other radio stations and other talks.
Okay.
But tomorrow, 5 to 7. And I play music and also think, because music too is also a weapon. And
That's
music
true.
is either good or it's bad.
Yeah.
Music is never neutral. Music either inspires you or it makes you degenerate.
Aye.
Music is never neutral. Never.
True.
Yes.
Give thanks. Give
Every
thanks.
time.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Wonderful.
Asante sana.
And
Stay
also,
strong.
Thank you. Will do. Olatunde, sorry. Thank you very much. Also, a big thank you also to our brother leader, Mbandaka. I don't know if he's still there, if he's asleep, but I give a big thanks to brother Mbandaka. Tendamari.
It's 24 leader. You miss it, it's fine.
All right. Do you want to have a final word, brother leader?
Tendamari.
Tendamari.
Well, we give thanks and praises for the efforts that were made to put on this event today. It is just so important that we use this month, we give this month the focus that it deserves. You know, the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You know, there's a point at which he wrote in Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. He says, I gave them all I had. I gave them all. It's as if he poured his heart and soul out to us. And he knew he had given us everything that he could. He gave us the best that he could.
Yeah.
And so in his name, we must give our best. Give our best to honoring his name. Give our best to honoring his legacy. But most importantly, the greatest honor that we can give the prophet is to give our best, give the best of our energy, give the best of our skills, our resources, our ideals, our intellect, our heart and soul to our people. So I think the final word for this evening, though, Auntie Jean, must go to you. You are indeed an institution in our community. You have shown tremendous agency over the Sabbaths. You really evoke the spirit of the Garvey queens, the queens of the Garvey movement. You know, the Mama Amy Jakes Garvey, the Mama Amy Ashwood Garvey, the Henrietta Vinton Davis.
I'm on it.
Yeah, Lillian Galloway. Madame Demina.
Madame Demina.
Mama Samad.
Marian Samad.
Queen Mother Moore.
Queen Mother Moore. You know, all of those great African warrior queens, you know, Queen Mother goddesses, who have done so much and gave so richly to our people. So, you know, I know you must be exhausted at the end of a day like this. So, you know, accept our love and our best wishes to you and to your family. And let me just evoke the spirit of Papa Garvey by closing with his words. He says, the world today is indebted to us for the benefits of civilization. They stole our arts and sciences from Africa. Then why should we be ashamed of ourselves? Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no influence but your own rouse you in times of peace and in times of war. Hear all, but attend only to that which concern you. Your allegiance shall be to your God, your race, your country. Follow always that great truth. Let God and the sky be your limit and eternity your measurement. There are no heights to which you cannot climb by using the active intelligence
of your own mind. The man who gave us the black print for liberation, without which we will never be a free people. Pick up Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, study it diligently. Then we must pull together, work together for the implementation of this tremendous vision. Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
See you all tomorrow at Mama Africa Culture Shop.
Yes, see you tomorrow.
Tendai Mwari. Garvey live.
Garvey live.
Mosiah lives.
Mosiah lives.
He lives.
He lives. I have to try and split myself in two for tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Because
you've done it before. You've done it before, Auntie Jean. I know you can even greater than that.
Okay. Cool.
Tendai Mwari.
Thanks, Tendai Mwari. Give thanks. And give thanks to everybody who's joined us today and all of those who've got the big staying power as well and still with us now. I give big thanks to you all. Sister Queen, thank you so much as my co-host today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I know
hear Sister Queen as well. Hear you, Sister Queen.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Bless.
And thank you. Sister Jean, remember,
yes,
I'm on SLR radio tomorrow from 5 to 7 in the evening. And that show will be dedicated to Marcus Mosiah.
Oh, beautiful.
Music and also talk. And that's every Monday from 5 to 7. And of course, there are other radio shows that I do on other stations here and in other countries.
I see. Give thanks.
Yes.
Give thanks. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to play us out and say thank you to everybody for coming. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for our speakers, our dynamic speakers, Brother Leader Mbandaka and Brother Mandingo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come up trumps all the time. Just going to play out with a little bit of Itana while everybody just goes up. Okay? All right then.
All
right.
One love.
Bear with you a minute. Peace. Thank you all. I'm going to put
Wake up and remember the fight of King Selassie. Marcus Garvey said a long time. Up your mind to raise a compass what you will. My people, you are strong. Liberate the mind. For us. Chance has never yet satisfied the hope of our suffering people at all. You are not my brother, I am not your sister, but we have got to be soldiers in the same battlefield to achieve true liberty. Liberate the minds of men, ultimately liberating the bodies of men. This is our revolution, liberate for us, new generation, new generation, new generation, new generation. How long will the rich get to chop the children back, sweat, blood and tears? Them I do it fears. Hear the children talk, them a ball. A nation without education can't back the white swan. This is serious, it's rough to see some a wipe, some a shine, some a kill, some in a broad daylight. The temple of the Most High begins with a body which houses our life, our light, the very essence of our existence. Where is your respect for life? bondage today because they approach spirituality through religion, provided by foreign invaders and conquerors. We must stop confusing religion with spirituality. Religion is a set of rules, regulations, and rituals created by humans, which was supposed to help people grow spiritually. Due to human imperfection, religion has become corrupt, political, divisive, and a tool for power struggle. Spirituality is not theology or ideology. It is simply a way of life, pure and original, and was always given by the Most High of creation. Emancipate. Emancipate your mind. Liberation time. Liberation time. Liberation time. Spirituality is a network linking us to the Most High, the universe, and each other. Together we are one. We are strong. We are one. Once we come together. One perfect love.
Give thanks, everyone. Give thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Tenamari. Good night. Good. Okay, there's 9.
Auntie Jean.
Yes, my dear. How you doing?
Good. I'm very good. Excellent. Very entertaining.
Thank you.
You need your own radio station.
I don't think so.
I do.
I
All
don't
right,
think
good
so.
night.
All right, good
night.
night. Good night. Peace. Good night, everyone. I'm counting down and I'm getting out. Sister Queen, thank you. Love always. Peace. Save chat. Let's save my chat before I go. Give thanks, sis.